and such a pleasure to have you with us on the show this morning. How are you feeling after yesterday's events, announcements? You seemed quite enthusiastic, quite hopeful about the
Yes.
future of the DA, particularly under your leadership yesterday.
Well, thank you very much for that kind welcome, and good morning to you as well. And yes, I think that's the perfect summary of how I feel. I feel very energized. I feel there's a wonderful opportunity for us as a party and as a country, that over the coming years we can build a party that can move from being a junior partner in the government to actually being the largest party in South Africa. I think that is what is necessary if we really want to build the country that we all, as passionate South Africans, know deep down is possible, but that which we are quite far away from now. So that's the challenge before me. I obviously feel the pressure of that as well, but also the excitement of that opportunity.
The DA has long been seen as a party whose federal committee really becomes, the steering wheel of the organization. Now, there have
Yes.
been changes, in fact, significant changes across the board within the leadership of the DA. What does that mean, Gordon, especially for you and for those that have come into these positions as new candidates?
It's actually one of the most exciting things that came out of Congress is we've had a total generational shift in the DA's national leadership. As you rightly point out, that Federal Leadership Committee has changed completely. We've got young leaders like Sibiwe Gwagube and Solly Malatsi and Celia Brink, myself, Ashwell Sarapun. All of us, started out together as young activists in the party and have come through the ranks and are now elected into national leadership. And that is very exciting for me. I really look forward to working with that team. We are all friends and colleagues and share the same vision for what we want to do in the country and in the party.
I don't see a situation of, yes, these leaders may not be in positions officially, but of them, walking away so easily. What are you anticipating, and how do you foresee, I suppose, the generational interplay unfold for the DA over the next 3 years?
I think so long as you can get everyone focused and united behind a singular mission, then you can, 99% of people will pursue that mission, and then you can also hold the other 1% accountable when they don't pursue that mission. And so that's what's so important, that you get a strong mandate for that mission, which is exactly what we got yesterday. We got a very, very strong mandate for the idea that if we want to build the country we know is possible, a country that really works and gets people into work, we have to be the largest party, and in order to do that, we have to grow significantly. So we now do have unanimity in support of that mission, and that means that we can, hold everyone to the pursuit of that with discipline and focus over the coming years.
Yesterday, during your speech, as you acknowledged some of the previous leaders of the DA, you asked for the cameras to be turned to John Steenhuisen. One can't help but think about what his future looks like now, especially given the indication you have made around national government. What is going to be your approach to how the DA plays as a member of the government of national unity, or as a part of the government of national unity, but also how you're going to be shaping up your representatives nationally, if there are going to be any changes at all?
So I think it would be premature to discuss those potential changes now. Firstly, I think I need to discuss that with the president first, and with my party colleagues as well. What I've made clear is that I don't intend to go and join the national cabinet anytime soon. I'm very, very happy where I am, and I have a job that gives me a great sense of meaning. and purpose, and I love it very much, and so I'm going to carry on doing that. But as for John, look, he's absolutely safe and secure. He has my full support and backing. He said that he wants to focus resolutely on dealing with the national crisis that he faces in his department with foot and mouth disease, and that requires his singular obsession and focus for the next few years at least. And we must back him in that. You've got to support the plan that he has set out to get this disease under control, and I do absolutely back him in that.
So you're not going to be making any changes to the representatives of the DA at a national level?
No, I won't say that. I may very well do that, but I'm just saying I think it's a little bit soon to discuss that. I need to discuss that first with my party colleagues and then with the president.
All right, Gordon Hill-Lewis, we'll leave it there. The new leader of the Democratic Alliance.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a heavy one on the Mike 1 straight through the middle of Joburg today. Multiple crashes, particularly on the northbound side. So northbound you're queuing effectively from the N12 Uncle Charlie's up through a crash at Boyson's and then all the way through to Melrose to a crash by Athol Oakland. So basically from Southgate to Melrose, no gaps in that traffic. Southbound, everybody getting caught in that crash as well. So from the N1 Buccleuch all the way down into Melrose via Woodmead and Santon. That's heavy as well. The N1 South, pretty busy through Midrand. It was okay a little bit earlier, but it's just all backed up now from Old Joburg Road right the way through, really, until you get into that Buccleuch interchange territory. The N12, a lot of traffic between Davyton and Galulis. Crash just past Tom Jones. That's before Atlas Road, so that's a problem. Another breakdown just up by Jet Park. That's your second problem. And a breakdown as you come into Galulis. That's problem number 3. That's a busy run through. The N1 South, moving off the N4, Bakwena Highway through Doornpoort Plaza, all the way down to a point just after Sefaka-Makato into the roadworks. That's heavy. Coming out of Montana on Sefaka-Makato to try and get into the highway, really bad as well. Durban up the N2, easing at Prospecton, but stays heavy from the M7 through to Westwood Mall. That breakdown before Gateway still there. That's heavy. If you're on your way to the airport, once you get past the Westwood Mall roadworks, you're back into queues pretty quick from Queen Nundy Drive up towards the obstruction just before Gateway. And no traffic lights at Palm View. So as we said from earlier this morning, coming in from Verulam or out of the Palm View area, JG Champion and the Art 102 route very slow. Also looks sluggish around Cliffdale on your way to Pietermaritzburg. Just a heads up about that one as well. Cape Town crash on the Coburg Road just past Plattercliff Road. If you're exiting Tableview that side, Gee Road, Bloberg, Coburg down to Plattercliff's heavy. Plattercliff's coming across from De Crandall Circle into Tableview's very heavy. I think a lot of traffic avoiding that and jamming up Marine Drive from Bayside through to Racecourse Road and the Paddocks Mall at Milnerton. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Don't pay more than you need to for car insurance. 27-year-old Outsurance client Liam is saving big bucks.
Saving so much every month, around 640 Rand.
That's an amazing 640 Rand saving on Liam's 2020 Ford Ranger. SMS out to 30754. Let's hear how 45-year-old Nivan feels about saving 461 Rand a month on his 2025 VW T-Cross.
Save me so much money, 461 Rand.
Nice one. And after 3 claim-free years, you get an out bonus.
So much money.
Get a quote now and see how much money Outsurance could save you. SMS out to 30754. If you don't save, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Savings or cash. You have nothing to lose with Outsurance. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
For news on South African industry and mining, Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly has you covered. Click through to Creamer Media's Engineering News each day for the latest on the people and companies shaping the energy transition and South African industry. Keep your finger on the critical minerals pulse by visiting Creamer Media's Mining Weekly. For deeper insight, subscribe to the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, out on Fridays. Creamer Media, current, credible, comprehensive.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Well, let's get into our reality check for this morning. I'll still take your reactions to the interviews that we've done in this last hour. You can send those through on the WhatsApp voice note line, your text messages on voice notes to 0614 104 107, and the number to dial for our studio line 086 000 2032. So getting then into the reality check this morning, which is a segment really that is about pausing, reflecting, and thinking seriously about the state of South Africa. Not just what is happening, but why it's happening, what it's costing us, and what must be done to change it. All this in an effort to provoke our thinking and enrich our national discourse. Joining us this week for the reality check, Professor Mathole Motshekga, the founder of the Kara Institute and African Heritage Group. Professor Motshekga, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning. And you wanted to start us off with the African soul as the glue for nation building and social cohesion.
Good morning to you, and thank you for your time and the national time, not my time. Kathy, we are involved in a struggle for the soul of Africa and South Africa. And as President Seretse Khama said, a people who don't know their history and heritage are a people without a soul. And he found support in Nelson Mandela and Amilcar Cabral, and even Xi Jinping, who said that every nation must have a soul. Now, we find ourselves in a situation where the African soul, which is the root of African humanism, Ubuntu Wotu, has been lost, because in our quest to establish an inclusive non-racial democracy, we forgot that South Africa is an African state at the southern tip of the continent. We tried to be everything to everybody, and then we fell into the trap of liberal democracy and liberal human rights culture. And as a result, the country has become rudderless because we don't have an anchor. Now, the African soul is should not only be the anchor of our country and the root of African humanism, but it should be the basis for African socialism, which means collective responsibility and work. And I must immediately say that African socialism should be distinguished from communism or Eastern socialism, which some people say they have failed. But if you like, you can describe African socialism as communism with African characteristics, as the Chinese say. Their communism is socialism with Chinese characteristics. Now, in South Africa today, we are facing a competition between two types of democracies: the liberal democracy of the DA, which is characterized by individualism and cannibalism, and revolutionary or progressive democracy of the ANC, which should be characterized by spiritual and humanist culture. It is therefore not true that the ANC has failed or South Africa is a failed state. It is liberal democracy and liberal human rights culture which have failed. You know, where you can compare this to the situation in the church. The Roman Catholic Church discovered that there's rampant homosexuality in their church, and this morning, the Lutheran Church has a priest who has raped children. But we never say Roman Catholicism has failed. We never say the Lutheran Church has failed. But when it comes to the ANC and to South Africa, we talk about a failed state. That South Africa is not about to be a failed state. It's not going to be a failed state. The truth of the matter is that there are some, because we are a broad church, and the government was formed by a broad church for the past 30 years, the ANC and the government were infiltrated by people who were never ANC at heart. If we can make a live audit of the people fingered by a Madanga Commission and the Zondo Commission, you will find that all those people, most of those people, were never ANC, and those who are ANC are people who are corruptible individuals who decided to use the organization for personal gains.
All right.
But we can't. Yes.
Professor Matole Motshega, we're going to leave it there for this morning. Remember, he's bringing us the reality check for the week. That's the note on which he has decided to start. I'm sure we'll be getting plenty of reaction to that. Let's take your 8 o'clock news.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, 9 police officers to appear in court and oil prices surge after Iran-US talks collapse. Good morning. The Bultfontein Magistrates Court in the Free State is expected to hear the bail application of 9 police officers arrested over the weekend. They were arrested for the alleged shooting and killing of 3 civilians and 1 police officer in September of 2024. The Independent Police Investigative Directorate says their probe revealed they died due to gun injuries. 43 empty cartridge cases were collected from the crime scene. Ishmael Mudiba reports.
The Independent Police Investigative Directorate described the arrest of multiple officers as a difficult but a necessary step. It says this could put a strain on already limited resources and affect service delivery in the area. However, the police management says it has placed additional resources in place to ensure the smooth running of the Bultfontein police station.
In Gauteng, Organised Crime Unit Police Sergeant Fanning Nkosi is expected to apply for bail at the Pretoria North Magistrates Court this morning. Nkosi was arrested earlier this month by the police's Madlanga task team following a raid at his private property in Pretoria. He's facing a string of charges including defeating the ends of justice, possession of illegal ammunition and explosives, as well as failure to properly secure firearms and ammunition. Sasha Naidu reports.
After spending more than a week behind bars, Nkosi, whose name featured prominently at the Madlanga Commission, is expected to apply for bail today. During his previous appearance on Tuesday last week, his case was postponed to allow the state time for further investigations. It's believed that Nkosi was allegedly a middleman or runner for high-ranking SAPS officials in their dealings with alleged cartel members Vusimuzi Katmatlala and Katiso Keti Molefe. He was also allegedly involved in tender manipulation at the Tshwane Metro Municipality.
The new DA leader, Jordan Hill-Lewis, says he will fight to ensure the party shapes the direction of government to reflect the DA's values. Addressing delegates at the 2-day Federal Congress in Midrand in Johannesburg yesterday, Hill-Lewis said the party will continue to oppose policies in the GNU that blocks the country's progress.
We will show that it is possible to build a health system that better serves the poor without taking away anything from those who have worked hard to afford medical aid. We will oppose crony enrichment schemes that see the same politically connected friends making billions, while millions of people see no benefit at all. We know we can build a model of empowerment for our country that delivers real advancement for millions of families. And we will fight for the right of every South African to learn in their own mother tongue, to own property without fear of expropriation.
The Eastern Cape Health Department has obtained a court interdict to end the strike by staff at the Dorangiza Hospital in Gqeberha. The employees say they are overworked due to a shortage of staff at the hospital. They are demanding a fair working ratio. The department has urged employees to return to work to enable the full restoration of services while engagements continue. Spokesperson Kamagwini Mavofana says a number of contingency plans have been activated.
Clinical services at Doranginza Regional Hospital are ongoing, albeit facing challenges with healthcare teams prioritizing all emergency and high-risk cases. The department has further moved to contract additional nursing personnel to reinforce capacity and ensure continuity of care, while engagements with broader health system partners are underway to secure additional critical care support where required, inclusive of the military.
And finally, the price of Brent crude oil has risen above $100 again since talks between US and Iranian officials held in Pakistan failed to reach a deal to end the war in the Middle East. While prices have continued to fluctuate as unease over the war impacted the global economy. The BBC's Suranjana Taware has more details.
This is not the situation that oil markets would have hoped for, especially after those talks over the weekend. We are seeing the price of oil rising above $100. Once again, most of the oil is up around 7 to 8%. The concern, of course, is the supply of oil, but it's also getting the oil from the ports in that region. As we've been reporting, 20% of the world's oil supplies has to transit through the Strait of Hormuz.
Recapping the top story, the Bultfontein Magistrates Court in the Free State is expected to hear the bail application of 9 police officers arrested over the weekend. They were arrested for the alleged shooting and killing of 3 civilians and 1 police officer in September of 2024. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
If you drive an older car, you've got to hear this. For her 2013 Hyundai i20, 40-year-old Nomtandazo chose Outsurance Essential Car Insurance because she gets a third-party cover of up to 1 million rand. For this and many more benefits, Nomtandazo pays only 516 rand a month. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 rand. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Very good morning to you. In your SAfm sports headlines, the United Rugby Championship playoff race heating up as the South African sides are targeting a strong finish heading into the final rounds. And in soccer, Bundesliga appoint the first female head coach. We'll have the details around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
The rain in Joburg has become heavier. It's causing chaos with Monday morning back-to-work traffic volumes. There is literally traffic everywhere. Some of the big ones, the N12 between Daveyton and Galulis. Traffic all the way through on that N12 this morning. The N3 at Sprayview stays heavy. Germiston through Bedford View going north is bad. The N1 from Deepcliff all the way up through towards Ridderport. A crash at Gordon Road. The N1 passing Soweto really bad. And the Mike 1, a crash at Melrose this morning by Athol Oaklands. The Mike 1 queues from Southgate all the way through basically to Sands, and that's going north, southbound from the N1 Buccleuch all the way down in towards the Melrose area as well. The N1 coming through Midrand, fairly busy between the old Joburg Road and Buccleuch. There's backlogs on the N1 South coming out of Pretoria now with the roadworks just past the Montana exit, and then you've got a stationary vehicle down by Botha Avenue, so you queue through Montana, then it opens up, and then you get to sort of Garsfontein, you're back in it right through until Centurion territory. Durban, the N2 running north remains busy this morning. Queues between the M7 and Westwood Mall into the roadworks, and then a crash now before you get to Gateway. So heavy queues. They use second queue from Queen Nundy Drive all the way up and towards that the Mhlanga exit. There's also a breakdown on the N2 South before Spaghetti Junction, and some queues around the Cliffdale area on your way to Pietermaritzburg. Cape Town, fairly normal with the exception of the run out of Tableview this morning. Marine Drive jammed up from Bayside Mall right through to the Paddocks in Milnerton, and a crash on Coburg Road near Plattekloof Road, backing both of those routes up in that side or on that side of Tableview. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
At SAfm, we know that some of the most important lessons take place beyond the classroom, on sports fields, stages, and tours. And so, we've brought back our School Booster Initiative, where 10 schools stand to win 10 domestic return flights each, helping their pupils fly further, dream bigger, and do what they love. Visit flysaffair.co.za. Tell us how these flights could benefit your school, and you could be a winner. SAfm for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
Quick heads up for Vodacom users. If your data runs out, but you still want to stay informed or catch educational content, you can now watch SABC News and education channels on SABC Plus without using your data. Free access to trusted news and education, zero data costs for Vodacom users for a limited time only. Only on SABC Plus. Download SABC Plus today.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
It's 12 after 8 o'clock. Welcome to the third and final hour of the national briefing. Like I said, we would want to hear from you. I'm seeing a lot of your reaction already to the reality check. Remember, nothing wrong with you debating the substance of what our guests will share with us in that sort of 7 minutes that they have to give us their reality check. Nothing wrong with debating the substance of that. In fact, that's what we want. So we'll take some of those voice notes on 0614 104 107. And a little later in this hour, we'll be taking your calls on 086 000 2032. Please hang on to your feedback. We want to hear from you, but we'll create opportunity for that within the last half hour of the show. On that note, let's get into the briefing debate for this hour. Today, our focus is on the country's national minimum wage. It's once again under the spotlight. It's been hailed by some as an essential protection for workers and criticized by others as a barrier to job creation in what is an already strained economy. With unemployment still painfully high, the question is no longer just about fairness, it is also about trade-offs. And that's what this debate will explore within the next half hour. Should South Africa have a national minimum wage? And is the latest increase helping or hurting the country? Let me introduce our guests for this hour. Let me welcome Matthew Parks. He is with COSATU. Matthew, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kathy. Thank you for having us. Hope you're well.
Let me also welcome SAfm President Zwelinzima Mavavi. Zwelinzima Mavavi, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Kathy, in the morning now, and good morning to Matthew, and good morning to every listeners. I'm the General Secretary.
Yes, apologies for that.
What's a brute? They're going to get me into trouble.
I was just about to correct myself. Thank you so much, Mr. Vavi.
Right.
And then Zakhele Mthembu, who is Policy Officer at the Free Market Foundation. Zakhele, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to all your viewers. Unfortunately, I have no fancy title, so I'm just a policy officer.
That will do for this conversation. Matthew, let me start with you. COSATU is arguing that the latest increase to the minimum wage protects vulnerable workers. How do you respond to these claims that higher wages are reducing hiring, in particular for young and low-skilled workers?
So we would argue the two are not related to each other. We've long battled high unemployment as a country. The minimum wage is a relatively recent introduction. It only came about in 2019. Unemployment was already sky high by that stage. So we can't go and blame the new entrants for long existing structural problems. Our problems around a deindustrialization of the economy. It's around an economy growing at 1% for years. It's not about paying a farm worker or a domestic worker a minimum wage. Many successful industrial economies, be it the US or Europe, or be it a closer counterpart, Brazil, have seen the positive effects of minimum wage, just like we've begun to see it. It helps to reduce inequality, but also from an economic perspective. If we pay workers so little they can't afford transport, they'll come to work exhausted, having walked kilometers and kilometers. If we pay workers so little they can't afford decent shelter, clothing, medication, food, they're not going to be productive in the workplace. And again, if workers earn so little they can't purchase the goods the economy produces, who exactly is going to buy it? Because tourists are not going to come here to buy clothes or shoes, etc. So economically, you have to have a minimum wage. And for us, we've been pleased that it's begun to help shift things for the positive. It's not the total solution. There's many other interventions that need to be put in place. A living wage, reducing the wage gap, growing the economy. But for us to say, no, minimum wage is a cause of unemployment, for us is a red herring. And even look at the Minimum Wage Act itself. It does provide exemptions for companies who generally are struggling. They can apply for an exemption. They would get an exemption of about 10% for a year on condition they provide the financial evidence that, yes, indeed, they need help. So I think for us, a minimum wage is an important thing. But if we want to really reduce unemployment, that's about growing the economy. That's about stimulating growth. It's about investing in infrastructure. And in fact, Kathy, we should have the discussion to say, why are we not reducing the wage gap? Why do we think it's okay for the CEO of a supermarket to earn R1 million a week, but the cashier would take 10 years to earn that? Why is it okay for CEO of a mining company to earn R500,000 in a day, yet a mine worker would take 2 or 3 years to earn that amount of money? So I think for us, those are the discussion we should have, and not simply saying, let's squeeze the farm or the domestic worker even further into poverty.
Mr. Vavi, you generally don't oppose the minimum wage, but you are rejecting the latest adjustment.
Yes, indeed. We are big supporters of the national minimum wage as a principle. It flows and is rooted in the Freedom Charter's call for a wage floor that guarantees dignity for all workers. Having said that, COSATU emphasizes that the current national minimum wage level fundamentally fails to achieve the objective of providing dignity for the following reason. The current minimum wage remains below the cost of basic survival. And according to the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group, a basic household food basket costs approximately about 5,383 rands per month. That's what you need. But if you want a nutritious basket cost, it is approximately at 6,459 rands every month. So workers earning the national minimum wage cannot afford the adequate food, let alone the transport cost, housing, electricity, education, clothing for themselves and for their families. So a wage low or a wage below the cost of food basket is not a minimum wage. It is a starvation wage. That's the first point that we want to raise. Secondly, we condemn, and we must say this, condemn the contradiction in which the state finds itself in that it is the largest employer of the poverty wages. It employs thousands of EPWP workers, which it pays a amount almost 3 times below or 2 times below the national minimum wage. It employs the community healthcare workers and the community caregivers, all of them way below the national minimum wage. It employs early childhood development workers, all of them way below that. That's the second issue. And so the government is absolutely contradicted. And then thirdly, the government simply fails to enforce even the inadequate national minimum wage, leading to a situation where many workers only hear about this discussion on TV and radio, but it's not something that directly impacts on their lives as a reality.
So, Mr. Vavi, in your view, what is and would be acceptable to you as a living wage as you describe it?
At least cover that nutritious food basket of 6,459. At least cover that as your base minimum. No worker in a country so wealthy can afford to have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of its citizens living below this poverty line of just affording a food basket that is nutritious. That's our bottom line. Of course, if it was to be, everything was to equal to our own wishes, we would say that no worker must earn below the 12,500 rands that workers died for when the government decided to side with capital and shoot them in cold blood in a premeditated matter in the Marikana massacre. And that's what have inspired workers, but we are realistic. We know that many owners of capital, many farm owners, many employers of domestic workers can never afford a real national minimum wage that could be 12,500.
Okay.
But we are arguing, at least give them something to afford food.
Zakhele, let me bring you in here. So if we're to round off that figure then, a minimum wage of 6,500 Rand is the argument that Mr. Vavi is making that he believes would be sufficient for South Africans. Your views?
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity again. I think I will have to bring, I don't want to say a realistic perspective, but a economic perspective, if we were to call it that. Mr. Vavi just mentioned right now, actually, because rather than just presenting the argument, I think it would be better to counter the argument that the other guests of mine have presented. But Mr. Vavi just mentioned that he would prefer ideally a 12,000, minimum wage because of the Marikana massacre, and that was the amount demanded by workers. But he also, for the first time in his monologue, really realizes that there are cost implications, right? So he's like, there are some businesses that may not be able to pay the 12,000, and as such, arbitrarily, and I must say arbitrarily because this would be surprising, I'm sure, for Mr. Vavi. Maybe he spends 6,000 on his groceries, but a majority of employed people who earn way beyond 12,500 hardly spend 6,000 on their groceries. But that is a problem on statistical modeling, especially as pushed by organizations like the IEJ, because they assume that they can standardize people's experiences when that is far from the case. But this cost implication exists at whatever level we decide to set the wage floor at. And this is South Africa's problem, really. The earlier guest mentioned that the economy is not growing. The economy just does not grow. The economy grows when more people are employed, when more people are economically active. And in South Africa, our problem is that we have a structural problem that dissuades potential employers from employing people. We have a labor law regime that in every study that has been done on the South African economy trying to explain our structural unemployment, that dates back, as the first caller said, that the minimum wage nationally is only a new phenomenon. But our labor law regime dates back to the mid-2000s. That is when we started experiencing this, what the left would call growth without employment, right? But what dissuaded employment was our labor regime, and now we are reaping the benefits thereof. So we have an entire labor law regime that seeks to standardize processes across the South African economy. And then we have a South African context, as the former president has mentioned, even though he was decried a lot, that we have a large contingent of our population that is unskilled, that is low-skilled, that do not have the necessary skills to be able to earn at higher wages. So do we say those people should just be forgotten? Do we force businesses to pay $6,000 for them? We will have the reality that we have right now. They will just not be employed. So we have to make trade-offs. Sorry, ma'am, I have to make those points. So we have to make trade-offs. The trade-offs that we must make are that we must give people the liberty, the freedom to choose their wages, not because the IEJ says that they must spend $6,000 on their groceries. No. Every individual has the agency to choose what is the correct wage for them, and that is the only way, beyond the consequences of that, creating more jobs for people, because they can then choose wages below the minimum wage that another person has decided for them. But it also reinforces this dignity that I was talking about earlier, because I don't think is there a higher form of expressing human dignity than giving someone the agency to make their decisions, for better or for worse.
So to the extent that if we're to deal with the high inequality levels in the country, the market alone has not necessarily delivered on fair wages. Is this intervention the only way to go?
Let us really, inequality in general. I'm not sure whether your viewers, or even the broader South African, your listeners, that is, even the broader South African public, would think that inequality can ever be solved at any point in human history. What we should be concerned about is where the basis of that inequality. If someone is of a higher station in wealth than me because they started a business that a lot of people find useful, and as such they get rewarded by the market, then that is good. If I don't have a business and someone has a business that a lot of people want to patronize, then of course that will create inequality, and we cannot eliminate that. We should not eliminate that. It will kill our society and innovation in general if we do. I would like to mention though about what the market has done, because the market has not been allowed to function fully in South Africa. There has always been this need for it to be directed for one reason or the other. But you can see the results, right, of the market, because there are no wage floors for skilled individuals. The black middle class is the biggest consumer segment, bigger than the entire white population. And people in sectors like IT, in sectors that are highly skilled, why is it that they don't need a minimum wage? Why is it that they can earn high wages without having the law mandate that this should be the minimum? Because of the forces of demand and supply. Going back to my earlier point, in South Africa we have a large supply of unskilled labor. So the choice is either these people don't work in their millions as they currently are, or these people work at wages that they choose that may be below the wages that the IEJ or SAfm or COSATU find it worthy for them.
I'm going to ask you to pause there. Matthew, your response?
Yeah. So, look, I don't think we must blame a relatively recent introduction for South Africa's many, many issues. If the minimum wage was responsible for unemployment, we would have seen unemployment skyrocketing since its introduction in 2019. And in fact, over that period, we've seen unemployment. Okay, let me finish. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. It's common courtesy. We look at the facts, not emotions. Unemployment has actually fallen from 46% to 41% currently. That's a mathematical fact. It might not suit the ideological narrative of the Free Market Foundation. That's fine. If the Free Market Foundation was really interested in economic growth and was really saying, how can we share the pie, so to speak, whilst we grow it, it would be aggrieved by the CEO's salaries. South Africa is the most unequal society. We have CEOs of major supermarket retailers who earn R1 million a day, R1 million every 2 days, R1 million a week. Same thing in the mining sector, same thing in the banking sector, same thing in the insurance sector. Yet if you look at what the cleaners, the security guards, the cashiers, the shelf packers earn, it's a fraction of that. That should be grievous to them. You're not going to create an inclusive society, a more equal society, if you continue to allow this apartheid wage gap to grow. Government has only introduced this new wage in 2019 because of the failure of the free market to address it, because it's been content with the cheerleading of people like the Free Market Foundation to cheer on this apartheid wage gap. And if we look at who does the minimum wage target, it doesn't target the IT professionals. It targets in reality the farm workers, domestic workers, cleaners, security guards, petrol attendants, and so forth, because those often are unorganized, they're often extremely vulnerable, highly exploited, have low levels of awareness and education, and are not able to go and exercise demand. It's very difficult to say, how does a farm worker go and exercise their freedom of choice when they're living on that farm for generations? There's very few alternatives for them to go to. They're not even aware of those. And when you have such high levels of poverty and inequality and unemployment, they will hang out of their job for dear life. For us, we should not be blaming a domestic worker for the economic difficulties they're facing. We should be saying, what do we do to fix government to provide the public services that an economy needs? What are we going to do to stimulate economic growth to help SMEs? What are we going to do to invest in infrastructure? Or just other issues which irritate investors, like high levels of crime and corruption, etc. But to simply say, we'll grow the economy by a race to the bottom by squeezing that domestic worker, that for us is a failed economic theory, and it's been proven across the world.
Mr. Vavi, why do you think your view of a minimum wage of around 6,500 is realistic? Very briefly, please.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say Zakhele have just revealed the why we left, as we call us, and him on the right and neoliberal, they are fighting one another when it comes to regularity. He says it himself that inequalities are unavoidable and as tolerated. We see on our side inequalities is we must fight up to our dreams. We can never stop fight inequalities. West in a country with the median as low as 5,417 as late as in 2022, when you actually have half of your workers earning below 5,400. He says that's justifiable because we must tolerate inequalities. And yet he doesn't talk about the fact that CEOs earn 20 to 300 million. A worker in one day, what the CEO earns in one day will need the worker to work the rest of his life to make. We can't afford that. We can't tolerate that. If South Africa has to grow at the back of low wages, then it should grow now. South Africa's wages have been trapped at very low. The wages have the CEO salaries are breaking the world records in our country today, and yet we have to follow that what all economic logic.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it there, and the connection to Mr. Vavi not great. I do apologize for that poor audio quality. All right, when we continue, I'll be taking your calls 086 000 2032 on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, the Bultfontein Magistrates Court in the Free State is expected to hear the bail application of 9 police officers arrested over the weekend. They were arrested for the alleged shooting and killing of 3 civilians and 1 police officer in September of 2024. Gauteng ANC Deputy Coordinator and Social Development MEC Nomantunko Moraleoko says they are distributing a petition through the Soweto community to ensure a religious leader arrested in connection with the rape of a 13-year-old girl in Dobsonville does not get bail. The suspect, who is an ANC member and the victim's neighbour, is expected to appear in the Roodepoort Magistrates Court tomorrow. And members of the EFF Youth Command are expected to march in Pretoria today over delays in funding from the Student Financial Aid Scheme NSFAS and what they describe as inadequate financial support for occupational students. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very busy this morning. Busy conditions across Gauteng. The wet weather not helping. The Mike 1, Athol Oaklands area, there's a crash here. It's on the northbound, but southbound being held as well. So coming up from Uncle Charlie's, from Southgate all the way through to Melrose, it's heavy. Buccleuch down to Melrose on the south, badly backed up as well. The N1 between Soweto and Ruderport's heavy. That's a crash up by Gordon Road, still having a really big impact. And the N12 remains fairly solid from Jet Park on the run in towards Galilee's interchange. A lot of traffic on that N3 as well from Germiston up through Galilee's towards the Edenvale exit. Durban's N2 North stays slow as you approach the Gateway exit. A breakdown and then a crash on the off-ramp to Gateway. So it's a bit sluggish on your way up towards the Schlanger exit. A breakdown at Cliffdale this morning. So heavy back from Key Ridge just after Shongweni. You're going to hit that usual sort of backlog around a stationary truck in a single lane that's over to get the traffic through. Cape Town, this is just braking coming in from the south side. Protesting around Lavender Hill, Retreat Road, Military Road, Joe Marks Boulevard and the M5 Prince George Drive, all badly backed up. If you are that way, if you've got to go between sort of Muizenberg and the southern suburbs, use the main road or the M3 as your alternatives. Avoid Prince George Drive and surrounding routes. Rob Byrne with your traffic update.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
All right, Zaikan, final update of the morning. The United Rugby Championship playoff, that race is heating up. How are the South African sides doing?
Oh, it's pressure time, Kathy, because you know what? It's knockout rugby, and it means you got no second chance of coming back. And I like that the fact that, the lock table is starting to give a lot of us stress. That's right. South African teams entering a decisive phase. The Lions will face a tough test at home against a wounded Glasgow Warriors side who now turn their full focus to the URC after their European exit. The Stormers, meanwhile, will host Connacht in Cape Town as they look to regroup and keep their playoff hopes on track. In Wales, the Bulls will take on the Dragons, aiming to strengthen their top 8 position, while the Sharks, they face a must-win clash against the Ospreys to stay in contention. Let's go to South African football, and KwaZulu-Natal's 4 Betway clubs, Premiership clubs, are all still in the hunt, and they're hunting for a top 10 finish with 6 matches remaining. AmaZulu lead the charge in 4th place on 39 points, while Durban City are 6th, Golden Arrows 8th, Richards Bay just outside the top 10, and that's in 11th place. Let's go to more football. Abroad, Marie-Louise Etta has made history after becoming the first woman to be appointed head coach of a men's team in Europe's top 5 leagues. Etta takes interim charge of Union Berlin for the final 5 Bundesliga matches as the club fights to secure survival. The 34-year-old has already broken new ground in 2023 as the first female assistant coach in the Bundesliga. Let's go to cricket. Full Salt smashed 78 of 36 balls as the Royal Challengers Bengaluru beat the Mumbai Indians by 18 runs in the IPL. Salt and Virat Kohli set the tone with a 120-run opening stand, helping RCB post 240 for 4. Mumbai fell short despite Shafane Rutherford's unbeaten 71. In the other match, the Gujarat Titans eased to a 7-wicket win over the Lucknow Super Giants. Shubman Gill made 56 and Joss Butler 60 as they chased down 165 comfortably. And finally, tennis. The Russian teenager Mira Andreeva came from a set down to beat Anastasia Potapova and win the Women's Tennis Association Linz title. The 18-year-old secured her second title of the year after an impressive comeback. Well, we'll have a comeback in sport with John Hediger around 12:30. I'm Zai Khan.
SABC2 is bringing the heat. New shows, new faces, and stories that hit home, like the one I'm in called Pimville. And that's where you can catch me, Michelle Masalakai, every Monday to Friday at 9 p.m. Live in every beat, the pulse of SA.
You may or may not know the difference between a teaspoon and a caviar spoon, but you do know a great Outsurance deal when you see one. Get a Consurance quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get savings or cash. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
All right, you're listening to the national briefing. I'm going to our phone lines. I see they're quite busy. Lots of you are getting in touch this morning. We'll try to make time for as many of your calls and reflections as possible. Please, to all of our callers, try and keep your views as short as possible so that we can try to get through as many listeners as we can. The number to dial for our studio line, 086 000 2032. Let me start off in Bramley. Moses, good morning.
Good morning, Katie. How are you?
Good. Go for it, Moses.
Yeah, man, quickly. Ntate Motshekga started so well, explaining about this Africanism and what. But immediately he make a U-turn and giving us perspective about the ANC and all these things. We are not all under influence. We've got our conscience. People mustn't come and promote. The ANC failed us dismally so for 30 years, and we are in pain. The country has just turned upside down because of the ANC. They failed this country. Citizenry are not happy at all. So we understand people must come and brief us, but they mustn't come and tell us zero, because we are what we are today because of the ANC and the comradeship. That actually everything is in ruin in this country. Nothing is working. Economy is not working. Crime is rampant. You know, the Matlanga, we are where we are today. The Matlanga Commission of Inquiry, the Zondo Commission of Inquiry, of people who've been stealing from us.
So yeah, Moses, and if I take sort of what he was saying, right, in the context of needing to redeem the African soul, as it were, but then to say that the ANC is a party that has taken that line, the ANC and its democracy have been about the redemption of the African soul and spirituality, it just raises eyebrows, because it's like, which ANC? Which ANC? Because you've so clearly articulated how it is that the reason we are rudderless and raiderless as a society, as an African people, is because we have lost our essence effectively. We have lost our soul. Now, how do we have that conversation and then speak about the ANC as a restorer of the soul?
There's no way. There's no way these people, they've lost their conscience. When they steal as if there's no tomorrow. And Kathy, recapile batho ba bangwe ba tle ba je ba utswe ba be le Range Rover 3 ko jarateng e one, a be le Urus 4 jarateng e one. Somebody doesn't have something to eat. People are still justifying kuti ANC ndiyo ne party ne ranga dipha rich di hulisa nga bo tswa batho na president wa one a chena conscious, because nene ube chere de fa ya matras. We are tired with these people.
Okay,
we need
Moses,
to remove these people. Aba batho man bo rinetisa.
Let's leave it there. Max, you're in Cape Town. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Yeah, Moses said basically nearly 80% of what I wanted to say, and I thank you for that. And I want to congratulate him and other South Africans that the truth is now on the horizon. It's for all of us to see. The big question is the way forward. What are we going to do the way forward? But thank you, Moses. And let me add my part. Look, if you look at the labor market, the property market, in the banking, in the financial systems, it is making our people very, very poor. And I was never a fan of Mr. Vavi, what he said about the 6,500. If you look at these interns, a government proposal whereby they give the companies tax alleviations if you employ 20 or more people. Now you tell me, can you survive on 6,500 if we look in the areas where our people are being put far away from the industrial areas? That's already half of your salary. Of that 6,500 is gone down the drain. If you want to get married one day, you must hope you have a rich partner or earning good money. And our justice system is currently the biggest problem in this country. And I want to add to say that democracy, the same as constitution on paper, the same is it with democracy. Our democracy is only on paper, like our constitution, only good on paper, but practical, it's useless. Thank you very much.
Max, yeah, very strong views there. Look, the minimum wage of 6,500 Rand, it makes sense in terms of the basics that one requires to be able to get by on a month-to-month basis, right? But let's look at how much are South Africans earning in general, even those that we consider to be part of the middle class. And is that not part of the bone of contention? Is that not part of the issue overall? Opa Mohapi, you're in Tabong. Good morning.
Good morning, madam. How are you, man?
Go for it, Opa.
The matter is this, Mama. Let us change the policy. When you change the policy, you change already the party who's rotten, which is ANC. I am ANC. This ANC of today is not the ANC. It's only criminals. See, this is just look around. What happened? Many things I can talk about, my brother. Please help us. DA is the only party that can assist us. In it, after a couple of days, when you see the DA or the thing, we change it. That life goes on. Thank you, Mom.
Okay, Opa lost hope in the ANC, and he believes the DA then might be the answer to the problems that South Africa is facing.
Hi, Kathy. The DA structure or leadership of 2026 is a structure that can win the 2029 general election. And they are going to win with this one for the 2026 election. And this is the party of diversity, the only party that is diversity here in South Africa. My name is Les.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. This is Tato in Bloemfontein. We have to have a minimum wage. Anybody who's against the minimum wage just wants slavery, finish and clear. There's no circumventing it.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. Good morning to the SAfm listeners. Sis Kathy, sometimes it's difficult to fight corruption successfully in an environment like the municipalities, because there are many dynamics that you need to consider. If you have a critical position in the municipality, there is a huge possibility of you dying a mysterious death. So it's really difficult. Segwanele Pretoria.
Morning, Katie. Professor, do you know swimming? You seem as if you don't live in South Africa. You're a crying baby. You've got blaming game. Please tour South Africa. And don't forget the villages. And listen from the programs of all radio stations, how poor the people of this country. Thank you, Katie.
All right, let me round it off with JJ in Polokwane. Good morning, JJ.
So, Kathy, good morning. Let me start this way. There was once a person who lived here and worked at SABC called Zwelakhe Sisulu. There was another one who worked there and who has driven the programs that we're in now called Govern Ready. And there was another one who is called Dr. Snuki Zikalala. All those people were given a mandate to go and turn the SABC to be a people media. And they've done exactly that. That's why today we are talking, as we are talking, people are insulting others. It's because of that, and those are ANC members. But let me say this bold statement. I'm sorry. This bold statement. In this country where we live today, I am saying, and without reservation, all the people without exception, old and young, green and white, African and Indian, there is no person in this country who is living, who is not benefiting, and who is not going to continue to benefit from the policies of the ANC, all of them. So for people to come on the radio and insult us, they must start where they are. For them to say what they are saying, it's a policy of the ANC that made it possible for them to talk like that. So when they fail to count their blessings, they must not insult some of us. Because I'm the member of the ANC, I've never done what they're saying is done. But I know I have made it possible for that person who is insulting me to benefit.
Look, JJ, I guess
Thank you.
It you know, everything comes with good and bad, and in as much as there has been
that
good,
fully well.
there
that
equally
fully
is
well.
critique. There equally is critique, and one has to take it
I
in the
accept
same
that
chin.
fully well, but to look at things in terms of white and blank thinking, it's not correct.
Okay.
That if something is not black, it must be white. If it's not white, it must be black. Because there are so many colors in between. So we cannot be insulted like that.
JJ, in Polokwane, let's leave it there for this morning. All right. We've got a break coming up. I've got to take the traffic. Let me get to it.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Joburg is a mess. Crash scenes all over the place this morning. One on the M1 North at Gordon Road, heavy out of Soweto. One on the Mike 1 North at Boyson's, heavy from Ormonde, Uncle Charlie's. One on the M2 East, just by Joe Slovo. If you're leaving central Joburg towards Germiston, it's heavy. Another one at Melrose on the Mike 1. So very big traffic from Boyson's through to Santon, from Allendale, N1, all the way through to Melrose. The Mike 1 North and southbound getting badly hit by that crash. It's been there a while. It's the Mike 1 around Athol Oaklands. Just been a crash on the N3 South at Van Buren. So delays through Galooly, so crash on the M1 South at Ravonia, so big delays getting through Buccleuch. It's wet and it's slippery, and we're a little bit out of control across Joburg highways this morning. Durban, the crashing on the M2 going north at Gateway, that is being cleared. That traffic on the way to the airport looks good. Breakdown at Cliffdale, heavy from Key Ridge. One of those busy mornings as you line up coming out of Durban up the hill in towards that Cliffdale area on your way to Pietermaritzburg. And Cape Town, the top story there is an outbreak of protesting. I think it might be taxi driver related. Lavender Hill and Retreat. It's all very heavy along the M5, Retreat Road, Joe Marks Boulevard, Military Road. A lot of congestion as authorities deal with that. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Teamwork makes the dream work on Color Your Plate this Sunday evening at 7 as the duos tackle global cuisine in a high-energy tag team challenge where partners must swap in and out as they build their dish together. Communication is key, timing is critical, and one misstep could cost them. Which duo will stay in sync and deliver a world-class plate? Find out on Color Your Plate, Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. only on SABC 2.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable. You receive up to 745,000 rand worth of legal services per year. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Exciting news! South Africa SABC TV Licenses has partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign into the app and click on Transact. Next, select Pay Bills, then click Pay at and enter your reference number to complete your payment. It's as easy as that. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. TV licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
All right, let's get then into our built-in Mzansi segment as we get ready to round up the show. We're looking at solutions, innovation, and South Africans that are literally helping to build this country. Joining us today is Nandi Mthethwa, who's an engagement manager at the Research Institute for Innovation and Sustainability. So she works at the intersection of Earth observation, data analytics, and innovation strategy. Nandi, I was trying to comprehend what it is exactly that you do, and I realized that I don't know enough about the world for it to fully make sense to me or for me to fully understand. So I'll allow you to explain to us in your own words.
Okay, thank you so much, Kathy, for having me. Basically, what I do is I use remote sensing data. That is, whatever the satellites are seeing from above to solve various societal challenges, notably illegal mining as well as flood risk monitoring, which is meant basically to ensure that society knows when the floods are coming, where they would be, in terms of simulations, as well as knowing when to run to when that happens. In terms of illegal mining, that's a collaboration with the mining industry in South Africa, knowing we have that issue with the Zamazamas. And basically, this is to help them with intelligence in terms of knowing exactly where this is happening, the scale of the operations, and then being able to coordinate with their security forces in terms of what to do next without actually having to go there physically, because we know that going there is a dangerous operation in itself. More broadly, I am in charge of the Africa Earth Observation Challenge, which is a challenge that introduces space tech to people and also challenges them to do exactly what I do. The focus for today, I think, maybe is around the AOC Junior program, which is meant to introduce secondary school learners to the possibilities of space tech, Earth observation, as well as innovation. So serving as an entry point into a wider AOC innovation funnel, building that early awareness, encouraging bold ideas, and identifying high potential youth who can progress into our main ecosystem through our post-school pathways.
Nandi, give us a concrete example of where data and satellite technology has helped South African communities so that we better understand the impact of this work.
Okay, so we did a flood risk monitoring exercise in Sekukune, where we were able to identify safe zones. So when there is a flood that is happening, there are high grounds where people can run to. So basically, we supplied the mine. So in this particular case, the mine was the one implementing that project. The flood risk would be activated through the failure of their TSF dam, that is a tailing storage facility dam that has a lot of cubic meters of water in it, and they wanted to do three things: identify the people that will be affected, which we did, communities that were downstream from the mine site, identifying the infrastructure that will be damaged, so identifying all those critical infrastructure that would be underwater or be inaccessible based on the fact that there was now a flood happening. And the last one is around environment, understanding that the tailings dam not only is just the flood, but also it contaminates the water that is in the area. So that's the three things that we did practically in Sekukune using the Earth observation information.
When you look at this kind of technology, I mean, what is the biggest opportunity in terms of driving meaningful change for our country, for our communities?
We are able to assess and monitor large amounts of land, basically using very minimal resources. An example is that one of the other projects that we did, there were two people on the team, myself and an analyst, and we were able to identify all mining operations in South Africa within a week. So we are able then to spot exactly where the troublesome zones are, using very minimal resources, but also then not being pressed to send out vast amounts of people to dangerous areas to do the inspections themselves.
You know what, Nandi, I think you've enlightened us all this morning on just the sectors and the possibilities and how wide they are. Earth observation, data analytics, and innovation strategy. Nandim Tetwa is an engagement manager at the Research Institute for Innovation and Sustainability. Okay, that is where we round up the first day of the week on this Monday morning. Looking forward to the rest of the week. Yes, we're looking forward to the rest, including the reality check. I'm responding to some of the WhatsApps you've been sending on the WhatsApp voice note. Of course, we'll give all of the feedback to our guest for the week. Up next, the Daily Discourse.
In our top stories, 9 police officers to appear in court on murder charges and dozens killed in Nigerian military strikes. Good morning. The Bultfontein Magistrates Court in the Free State is expected to hear the bail application of 9 police officers arrested over the weekend. They were arrested for the alleged shooting and killing of 3 civilians and 1 police officer in September of 2024. The Independent Police Investigative Directorate says their probe revealed the deceased died due to gun injuries. 43 empty cartridge cases were collected from the crime scene. Ishmael Mudiba reports.
The Independent Police Investigative Directorate described the arrest of multiple officers as a difficult but a necessary step. It says this could put a strain on already limited resources and affect service delivery in the area. However, the police management says it has placed additional resources in place to ensure the smooth running of the Bultfontein police station.
In Gauteng, Organised Crime Unit Police Sergeant Fani Nkosi is expected to apply for bail at the Pretoria North Magistrates Court this morning. Nkosi was arrested earlier this month by the police's Matlanga task team following a raid at his private property in Pretoria. He's facing a string of charges including defeating the ends of justice, possession of illegal ammunition and explosives, as well as failure to properly secure firearms and ammunition. Sasha Naidu reports.
After spending more than a week behind bars, Nkosi, whose name featured prominently at the Madlanga Commission, is expected to apply for bail today. During his previous appearance on Tuesday last week, his case was postponed to allow the state time for further investigations. It's believed that Nkosi was allegedly a middleman or runner for high-ranking SAPS officials in their dealings with alleged cartel members Vusimuzi Katmatlala and Katiso Katie Molefe. He was also allegedly involved in tender manipulation at the Tshwane Metro Municipality.
Gauteng ANC Deputy Coordinator and Social Development MEC Nomantunkomo Ralioko says they are distributing a petition through the Soweto community to ensure a religious leader arrested in connection with the rape of a 13-year-old girl in Dobsonville does not get bail. The suspect, who's an ANC member and the victim's neighbour, is expected to appear in the Roodepoort Magistrates Court tomorrow. Yesterday, the community of Dobsonville and surrounding areas marched to the local police station following a viral video on social media about the alleged rape. Nkomo Ralioko says as the department, they want to ensure they provide the victim and a family with psychosocial support.
We want to make sure that, again, our contribution as a Department of Social Development, now we make sure that we deal with issues of psychosocial support, counseling for the victim and the entire family. So when I arrived here yesterday, I had to have discussions with the family around those issues, because this man is just a neighbor to that family. And he has been one of the trusted men in the community. And our team of social workers will also be visiting the family today.
Members of the EFF Youth Command are expected to march in Pretoria today over delays in funding from the Student Financial Aid Scheme NSFAS and what they describe as inadequate financial support for occupational students. The march is set to begin at the old Patco depot in Marabastad at 10 this morning and will proceed to the Department of Higher Education and Training. Several streets, including Struben, Sophie de Bruyn and Francis Bart, will be affected. Nonhlanhla Njingila reports.
Motorists in Pretoria are advised to use alternative routes once marchers proceed towards the Department of Higher Education and Training. Recommended alternatives include Nana Sita Street, Boom, Iskia Mphahlele Drive, Thabo Sehumi Street, and Nelson Mandela Drive to help ease congestion during the march.
And finally, dozens of civilians are reported to have been killed when Nigerian military jets carried out airstrikes on a village market in the northeast of the country on Saturday. The area is on the border between Yobe and Borno states, where there is a long-running insurgency by the militant group Boko Haram. The BBC's Andrew Uchieng has the details.
In a statement, the Nigerian army said it had struck what it called terrorist locations in an area called Jili on the border between the two states. The army said these belonged to Islamic State West Africa province terrorists and their collaborators. It did not mention the market. The number of people reportedly killed there is not clear. The charity Amnesty International said at least 100 people were dead, while local leaders put the figure at 200.
Recapping the top story, the Bultfontein Magistrates Court in the Free State is expected to hear the bail application of 9 police officers arrested over the weekend. They were arrested for the alleged shooting and killing of 3 civilians and 1 police officer in September of 2024. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday 17 April 2026 at Kingswell Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at Ticket Pro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Bafana on X.
South Africa is listening. SAfm is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAfm will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAfm will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Good morning and welcome. 8 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Welcome to the Monday edition. I'm Joanne Joseph. The team is in. Ginewe and Melissa are in the house taking your calls. Mark is behind the sound desk and Dumisani is behind the camera. Good morning, everyone. Hope it was a lovely weekend. Great to be with you this Monday morning. Looking a little gloomy outside, but I promise you we'll bring some sunshine to your day, hopefully, with the conversations we have over the course of this morning. Remember our contact details, because we love to hear from you over the course of the show. Our studio line 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. Please keep your voice notes short. You may notice we had to speed some of them up last week because they were a bit long. Please keep them to between 30 and 45 seconds. If you've recorded a voice note and you see it goes over that duration, please do us a favor and re-record it till it's shorter. Let's just get into the discipline of hearing as many voices as possible. We're also on DSTV channel 814, and if you'd like to see what's going on behind the scenes, you're welcome to live stream our broadcast. We are on the Facebook page, the SAfm Facebook page. That's SAfm Live, and you can find us on X, formerly Twitter, as well. I'm Joanne Joseph, delighted to be with you today. So the Madlanga Commission is not sitting today, as you probably know, but from tomorrow onwards, I must just warn you that our Madlanga coverage changes. I know that many of you do want to listen into the Madlanga Commission, continuously without any breaks apart from their tea break, but that's not always possible, unfortunately. In order for us to bring you the analysis and the depth that we ought to bring you, that it is our responsibility to bring you, we're going to have to bring you a variety of stories. And as a result of that, our Madlanga coverage will change. From tomorrow onwards, when the Commission resumes, we'll be looking at connecting with you around about 11:30 to give you an update on what has gone on over the course of the morning. So that is what will happen when the Commission resumes tomorrow, but we will not be carrying it wall to wall, so to speak, which is the phrase we use in studio. All right, but I want to start by drawing attention to a story that Kathy covered on her show this morning, and I'm bringing it back because it is such a disturbing story. It is the story of this young girl, this 12-year-old girl in Dobsonville, who was raped, allegedly, by a priest who operates in that area, a Lutheran priest. And it seems that members of the community who suspected that something was happening and it was untoward set a trap for him, so to speak. They distracted him and they went into his house and they were able to information gather on what they believed what was continuing. And it revealed that there was a likelihood that he had raped this child. But this is where the story becomes particularly disturbing. It's bad enough that there was sexual abuse perpetrated on this child. What gets worse is that in their information gathering, and they probably did it with the very best of intentions, someone took a video. And that video has gone viral. It's been shared on social media. Some people have revealed the name of the child. I'm just thinking of exactly what it must feel like to be that child in this moment, what it must feel like to be the parents of that child, knowing not only that the child's intimate space and rights have been violated in this way, but also that it's been made public knowledge that photographs and visual material of the way in which she was violated are now publicly available. And Kathy was asking the question, how does that child walk through the streets of a township now, knowing that people have seen this, and they know what happened to her? So I'm going to put out an appeal to you this morning. If you come across material of this nature, please note, it is, we use the phrase child pornography, which is actually no longer an acceptable phrase. We now call it child sexual abuse material because children cannot participate willingly in pornographic actions, in pornographic recordings and the like. They're being abused, and so we call this child sexual abuse material. If someone shares it with you, please delete it immediately, do not share it, and please make the person aware that it is firstly inhumane to share that material, and secondly, it is unlawful. And again, it may come to you with the best intentions. The person sharing it with you may say to you, "Look, this is, this is awful. What is happening to our children, and I wanted to share this with you because we have to take a stand." There are ways of taking a stand without humiliating our children and without breaking the law. If you are found to have shared it, you carry a share of the responsibility from a legal point of view, and you can be charged, and it's my view that you should be charged. And so we've got to, if the government will not educate us on what the child's rights are in regard to this, then these are the platforms on which we have to do it, to ensure that people are aware of children's rights when it comes to issues like this. And that doesn't only apply to children, of course. Any kind of abuse material that is shared, you are liable for sharing. The other big issue, DA Congress on the weekend, Jordan Hill-Lewis now at the helm of the party. What do you think about him? Especially listeners in the Western Cape, you would have had some experience of his leadership there. Is he efficient? Has he got his ear to the ground? Is he responsive and sensitive to the needs of the communities in your province? Are we going to see that being extended on a national scale or not? Give us a call on that. I see some of you are actually sharing your thoughts with us on that. And at 10, I want to draw attention to a story that we're going to be carrying in its entirety a little bit later on. We're going to speak about medically assisted dying, and why I'm throwing forward to this hour is because I want you to give it some thought, and I want you to feed back some ideas on this to us. This case is going to court. Dignity SA has been asking for a number of years for government to make a ruling on this. Should people who are terminally ill or so seriously injured that they cannot recover from their injuries, should they be given the opportunity to engage the services of a medical practitioner to help end their lives before their actual death, right? Obviously. So I'd like you to weigh in on that, please. How do you feel about it? What are the factors that influence your thinking about it? And should Dignity SA get its way and have the courts change that law so that people who find themselves towards the end of their lives, who are suffering greatly, should they be allowed to actually appeal to the courts to be able to end their lives? Let's take some of your calls at this hour. Siabulela from Gugulethu is on the line to us. Siabulela, did you watch the DA Congress over the weekend?
Morning, how are you?
Well, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to congratulate the DA.
Siabulela, have we lost you? Have we lost you? Okay. Okay, we've lost you. I'm sorry about that. We'll try and get you back on the line in just a moment, and we continue that conversation with Siabulela shortly. And then Loid in Giyani. Loid, you're becoming a regular on this show. I'm delighted that you're calling in. Thank you. MEC Lebohang Maile talking about the hiring of security at the schools. What's your take on that?
Yes, Joanne. Are you well?
I'm so well, thank you. Hope you are too. Go ahead, Loid.
No, I'm fine. No, I fully concur with MEC Maile, our Gauteng MEC of Education, that the budgetary imperatives should be focused firmly on the infrastructural aspect of our schools. This was necessitated by the fact that others are proposing that security guards should be hired to man our schools. And then the thing is that the traffic wardens or the traffic, the Amapanyaza,
I think they can be optimally utilized to secure our schools since they are working day and night shift. So our country has been subjected to austerity measures. So which means every rand and every cent has to be spent very wisely. So the stance taken by the MEC, it's mostly welcomed from my vantage point, because we cannot be like hiring security companies to man our schools when we already have got the Amapanyaza on standby, because there's no specific assignment that those people are doing. That's why you will see them patrolling all over the places. So the departments have to synergize their communication so that these Amapanyazas can guard or man our schools to avoid all this vandalism and theft and everything else. That's my point this morning.
Lowered, thank you so much for that. Do you agree with Lowered about security at schools? If you do, give us a call, or even if you don't, give us a call on 086 000 2032. Janusz in Feshhoek is on the line to us. Janusz, you want to make a comment about the SASA grant, I understand?
Yes, dignity and respect for the older people. You know, because what's happening at the moment, we are just like a furniture, you know. We put our finance into that, paying the taxes, and what we've got in return. You got the parliament, for instance, parliament will get an increase of the salary, maybe 2-3% for them. Oh, wow, very low. Normally, it's like an increase of the salaries is about 6-7% and more. The last increase for the seniors over 75 is 20 rand. It's a joke. These people, our people, older people, they provide the financial support not only to them, very often to their children and grandchildren. This 20 rand is enough from Ocean View for the taxi to go to the hospital in Fishhook. 20 rand. It's a joke. What they think about us? We just supposed to die. Expectancy in South Africa for life expectancy is 65, 67, 66 years. So if you are over, you shouldn't even. How can it be like that? How can government treat us this way? In many countries, there are free transport for the people over 70. What about this? Should we deserve better life? Don't you think so? Yeah. It's not good enough. It's not good enough that when it comes to the election, some political party will give us free transport to vote for them. It's not good enough. I think that 3,000 rand is the minimum for the increase of the for the people of the older people over 70. Yeah. 3,000 rand more and of course more respect. I'm very often going to the hospital.
I'm going to have to leave it there, but thank you. I think you've made your point beautifully, and I think it is really sad. I think we should be hurt by the fact that elderly members of our society take home such a small grant. I mean, obviously, there's so many other social needs that are competing for the same amount of money. And in our country, I mean, the government calls it a developmental state, which I suppose it is, right? We have so many people to catch up in terms of the social services that are meant for them and that need to be delivered to them. And therein lies the difficulty, you know, that we have to make sure that all sectors of the society are equally served. But it really worries and upsets me personally that elderly people who've paid their dues in this country and in their latter years should be able to settle down and enjoy their lives can barely do that on the size of the SASA grant.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
SABC2 is bringing the heat. New shows, new faces, and stories that hit home like the one I'm in. It's called Pimville, and that's where you can catch me, Gege Mputi, every Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. sharp. Live in every beat. the pulse of SA.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
9:23 here on the Daily Discourse with me, Joanne Joseph. Lovely to be taking your calls and receiving your messages during our open line here. One of you is in agreement with our caller earlier, Lowered, who said to us it is Amapanyaza's duty to look after safety at the schools.
Good morning, my sister Mbongo Sondisa Mbuyisa. With the corruption that is happening in metros in Gauteng, can't they use these Amapanyaza there instead of hiring these security companies? Deploy Amapanyaza to go guard the schools, the clinics, the metro infrastructure, and stop employing these security companies. There's nothing that these Amapanyaza anyway are doing other than roaming around town. Then they are looking for illegal foreigners. They get cold drinks. They are doing absolutely nothing. It's high time they must do something now. They must guard the schools, clinics, and together with these metro municipalities that are so deeply involved in corruption.
You know, I agree that they should be doing more, but it's unclear what they're supposed to do. And I think it's the way they were inaugurated and introduced in the first place, where, they were brought in to serve a security function that they weren't actually qualified to do. So therein begins the confusion as to what their actual role is. We'll take a call again from Siabulela in Guguletu. Siabulela, I'm sorry you got cut off earlier, but you wanted to comment on the DA conference. You started doing that. Please continue.
Okay, thanks, Rama. Yes, I would like to congratulate the DA and that the things that they organized their conference was good, and then was no other person, no individual was complaining about the results, also how they organized the thing. Also, when the numbers come up, they announce the winners. And they didn't say this one winner, but they did, let's say 2,000 votes, and that one is 300 or something, because that also humiliates other person who lost. So I think that other parties can learn a lot about the thing that they did in that conference there in Gauteng.
Thank
was
you.
Peaceful,
Yeah.
was very peaceful.
Mm.
And then, because to some parties, when they have some big conflicts like that, you hear that it was the people who selling in the street, the Viagra was after that, wow, the business was good, it was that. So a lot of the things they will come up to other parties when they do conference like the Viagra was good.
You had to go there. You had to go there, Siabulela, and mention the Viagra.
So, yeah.
I suppose they want upstanding leaders.
After that, the people, they say, oh, the business was good, their Viagra was good, selling good. So
thank you.
The DA was, everything was organized well, so was so professional.
It was well organized. Siabulela,
think
thank you very much for that. No, I agree with you. It was very well organized and very well run. Biggest number they've had so far, I think about 2,000 delegates, but that seemed to go quite smoothly. Let's talk to Nhlanhla. You want to talk about the KZN local election, Nhlanhla? Welcome.
Good morning, my sister. How are you?
I'm so well, thanks, Nhlanhla. Go for it.
My sister. Local elections. Before I get to speak about local elections, I want to know how does SAPC get to prioritize which rights are more important and which rights are not important. Since voting it is the rights, I find SAPC get to prioritize the issue of voting more than the issue of the citizen participating in constitutional review.
Do you mean, sorry, Ntlantla, let me try and understand what you're saying here. Are you talking about SABC coverage of the election itself, or you're talking about voter education before the elections?
I'm talking about when it comes to elections.
Yes.
The rights of voting get to be prioritized more than the rights of participating in constitutional review. For example, in the previous year, we were told late that the dates of participating in the constitutional review was going to be on the 31st of May, and currently we are on April now. I was wondering, when are we going to have a constitutional review and the SABC imposing the same effort that they are using to the rights or participating in constitutional review.
Okay. Great question. Thank you for that. Let me just find out about that, okay? Because obviously the SABC goes into all constitutionally related and legal processes with a view to keeping our audiences educated and illuminated and up to date on what's going on with this. So as soon as we know, I will certainly on this show make mention of exactly what is happening in regard to that, and how we'll be tackling that as well, especially on the Daily Discourse, because obviously we've got an ICASA mandate here at the SABC, and so we are required. Again, I don't know if you saw that ICASA came out last week saying we're not letting you off the hook. We're keeping our eagle eyes on you in the run-up to the election, and so we're going to be monitoring your election coverage and making sure that everyone gets equitable coverage on your various shows. So we are under the microscope, and it is absolutely our responsibility not only to look at elections that way, but also at a constitutional review that way. So we'll keep you updated on that. Thank you so much for that, Ntlantla. And thank you for calling into the Daily Discourse. We're going to take our latest news bulletin from Anne Musa in just a short while, and then we'll be back with more on the Daily Discourse. Stay with us.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, the trial of Duduzile Zuma Sambudla, a former MK Party MP, is set to resume today in the Durban High Court. She's the daughter of former President Jacob Zuma, who faces charges under the Terrorism Act. The Bultfontein Magistrates Court in the Free State is expected to hear the bail application of 9 police officers arrested over the weekend. They were arrested for the alleged shooting and killing of 3 civilians and 1 police officer in September 2024. And Pope Leo is today embarking on a 10-day tour of Africa, where a fifth of the world's Catholics live. The predominantly Muslim country, Algeria, is, however, his first stop. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
9:31 here on the Daily Discourse. We're taking your calls on 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. You can watch on DSTV channel 814. You can also monitor us on the X platform at SAFM Radio, hashtag SAFM Daily Discourse. So we'd love to hear from you on any of these platforms. Let's take a call now from Clint in Durban. Clint, I believe that you agree with our previous caller that old people's grants or elderly people's grants are much too small.
Yeah. I can hardly hear you, John. Yeah, something like that, Joanna. I just want to mention that, it's also one of the reasons why these old people end up not wanting to retire in the jobs, Then once they get jobs, they want to stay there forever, Look at our government. Most of the people there in the government, old people, telling us about old things. That doesn't help us anything about what's going on today, Hence, we are in problems like this. These people don't want to retire in jobs, So it's one of the problems. It just makes it even even worse, this low income grants and whatever.
Clint,
So
thank you for
something-
that. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. No, I hear you. I absolutely hear you. I think also we start to feel resentful because we know how much is lost to corruption, right? There's constant leakage through the system, and if that money had been saved, of course, that could have been put towards the upkeep of the elderly people in our country. And I really wish that as we work towards stamping out corruption, this is where we're going to see the benefit of it in social services of this kind. Let's listen to one of your voice notes on the minimum wage now.
Good day, Joanne. Good morning. Good Monday. Yes, I'm just commenting about the wage, minimum wage. That wouldn't it be a suggestion that those who earn less than those 6,000, 5,000 can be tax free? Hope that will work. Thank you.
Good suggestion there. Thank you so much for that. Here's another
Morning,
voice
SA
note.
family. Brett here in Cape Town. Firstly, it's absurd that we actually have to consider and entertain the idea of having manpower deployed to schools to safeguard schools. These thugs, whoever it is that is doing things that requires that schools must be guarded, they should be ashamed, because that's such a foolish act. That is where their sisters and brothers and nephews and nieces and kids' future depends on. And they are doing that because they need a quick fix or whatever it is that is making them do that. It's absurd.
Thank you for that. And one of you also commenting on the DA leadership race.
Good morning, SAfm and the SAfm listeners. Emmanuel Mtola in Durban. I want to congratulate DA for the new leadership, and I believe that the new president will fulfill the promises he made, especially to grow the party to the point that it takes over the leadership of this country. That all we want as South African, to see the DA being in power to lead this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Keep those voice notes and messages coming. We are looking forward to reading them out a little bit later. Right now, Mike from Middelburg is on the line to us. Mike, you want to take us further afield with your thoughts on US-Iran? Apologies for that. Okay, Mike has dropped the line. Let's go to the DA story, since that is what is on the mind of several of you. It is the morning after, and the Democratic Alliance is obviously reflecting on its path ahead with its new leadership in place after the past weekend's Congress. So what sort of political beast will the DA grow into with Jordan Hill-Lewis as its new leader? Salim Simanga, former Tshwane mayor, is the new federal chair. Now the hard work really begins for the party that's suggesting it's capable of winning the next national election in 2029. SAfm's Weekend View presenter Bongiwe Zwane was there, and she's on the line to us now. Bongiwe, good morning to you. How lovely to have you on the show, The Daily Discourse. We've done it within a week of launching, having you on. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I understand this was the DA's biggest Congress so far. How robust were proceedings?
Good morning, Joe, and thank you so much for having me. Thank you for having me. It's interesting that you speak about robustness, right? Because I think from the sense that I could get speaking to different leaders, there was an understanding of the pressure the party finds itself in, when it comes to the political discourse of South Africa. For example, you speak to an Alan Winde, and Ginelwe was making a suggestion around this, that he wasn't happy with some of the questions I was asking him. And it was questions, Joe, around Cape Town and the fact that, they continue to say that the municipality puts a huge chunk of their budget towards poorer areas. And the question is, then why, is that not evident on the ground? It was one thing they had to grapple with and perhaps look at it a bit more deeply. And he was saying that, no, the infrastructure is there, they're just dealing with an influx of people. But then you move from that to the issue of race, because that was also one of the big issues. As much as, for example, Helen Ziller would have said to myself in the morning that she sees blue people wherever she walks because she doesn't see color. But when you speak to someone like a Siviwe Kwahobe, Siviwe says you cannot have a conversation with South Africans without the issue of race. You need to move with compassion, especially if we're in a country that is still talking redress, over 30 years plus on. So there were a lot of discussions, and when you look at the resolutions, for example, the proposals, etc., you can tell just how uncomfortable some of the conversations got, including around unemployment, to say, stop talking about just the young people. You now need to move and tell us what we need to do as a party with those who are over the age of 35, because it's difficult for them to find work. And even Jordan Hill Lewis, who said, if we do not let people trust us and we do not work towards earning the trust of South Africans, then we may as well forget about growing the DA. So, to your question, the discussions were uncomfortable, quite robust, because you did get a sense that they are alive to where South Africans are finding themselves right now.
Thank you so much for summing that up for us, Bongi. Lots of men in the DA executive, with a notable exception of one woman, Siviwe Kwahobe. Did they explain what the thinking was behind excluding more women from the party's top leadership?
Joe, that would have been one of the questions that I want to ask, because we were told, as the leaders were, in fact, the leader was addressing, we were told that after this, there is not going to be a conversation that is going to be had with the leader at any point, because we were told that, unfortunately, the leaders are not available for a press briefing with us. When we asked why, we simply weren't told. It was the same in the previous Congress as well. So we still have that burning question, to ask them and to get an understanding of why that was.
DA also speaking about the targets it set itself in the local government elections in the next few months, and that very ambitious target of the next national election where it wants a landslide victory. I mean, do you get the sense that the party is reckoning with what it needs to in order to get closer to that target at the very least?
Joe, this question I posed to each and every leader who came to sit on our studio, to say, do you really think South Africans will be able to trust you enough to give you that right now, in a time where each and every single study and poll speaks about a possible coalition arrangement going into the next few elections? And they said, for now, we're not having that conversation. We're having this ambitious conversation because we know we can. And it's an interesting one, because when you ask them to say, but do the numbers show you that you can be able to either be outright or have a bit more in terms of numbers? Do you think you'll be able to even reach a 30%, for example, and be the majority in a coalition? They say, well, you can only just shoot for the moon. And when they shoot for the moon, think about it. There was a Moonshot Pact, right? And they then abandoned the members of the Moonshot Pact and went into the Government of National Unity.
Yes.
So from each leader that I had a conversation with, it seems that they are hoping that this is going to happen, but they know that realistically speaking, it may not. And Joe, one of the big questions is, which Helen also was a little bit, she answered but not fully, Vili Okamp answered but not fully, is to say, if you do not meet these ambitious targets, what happens then? Because you do have concerns wherever you are that you do not want to work with some political parties. So what will happen if those you do not want to work with, in fact, carry the numbers for you to then be able to govern? I did not really get a clear answer there. And so it seems that for now it's an ambition, but we do not know if the ambition will actually become a reality.
Bongiwe Zwane, always good speaking to you. Thank you so much for those reflections on the DA Congress.
SABC2 is doing big things, and that's why I am here. I'm talking new shows, fresh energy, and stories that are going to move you. Pimville is just the beginning. I am Mandla Gaduka. Catch me Monday to Friday at 9 p.m. Live in every beat, the pulse of SA.
You can become a victim of a legal problem, wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
What's with the camouflage, Dorf?
I'm going hunting. Just me, nature, and my most underrated off-roader, a rental car.
Hunting? You could fit that little car in your backpack, Dorf.
I sit in the driver's seat, baggage at the back, chairs on the roof. The kudu is going to get in and strap its own seatbelt, Savvy.
Could do with more legroom, Dorf. Go hunt for a new 4x4 at We Buy Cars. They got great deals.
Oh, shot, Savvy.
Don't be Dorf, be savvy. We Buy Cars, geared for that big trip, geared for you.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Heading for 9:45 here on the Daily Discourse, we are continuing our conversation that we began with Bongiwe Zwane a short while ago. This is, of course, about the DA Congress, the DA's future. It is aiming to become the largest party in South Africa in 2029, come the general election. Can it do that? Let's find out. Political analyst and governance expert Sandile Swana joins us on the line now for more analysis. Good morning to you, Mr. Swana. What direction are you anticipating the DA will take under its new leadership?
Thank you very much, Joe. The direction, I think also, let me maybe say where I'm basing my comment, is the outlook of the new leader, that is Jordan Hill-Lewis. He has got to balance two views, conflicting views. The view of Steenhuisen, which I think in some ways has got him into trouble, that when you're in the GNU, you've got to work on the basis of a consensus view of the GNU itself for the country. In other words, the GNU is not just an extension of the arm of the DA. It is a separate entity where you negotiate, and some of the views that will come up will be contrary to the values of the DA. So that is one view, and Steenhuisen is, I think, in some ways being accused of dancing to the tune of the ANC by actually accommodating the nature of the GNU. So then you have this other view which Jordan has got to contend with, and I think is sober about it, which is to say that DA needs to dominate the GNU and to create a South Africa that is shaped by the values of the DA. That's an extraordinarily ambitious thing, and he did say that is a very difficult thing to achieve.
But
during this term of office.
What are the values of the DA in regard to some of the more burning issues that may impact greatly on its progress in the future? I mean, Bongiwe spoke about the discomfort and the robustness sitting alongside each other at the Congress yesterday. But one of the big issues is race. The other big issue that came up is gender. Why are women not better represented in the top leadership? How is the DA going to grapple with these issues that they would like to perhaps pretend are not important to South Africans, but are central to the way South Africans choose the political party they support?
Yeah. So your last point is absolutely crucial. You see. Unfortunately, if we are honest, women, if we are honest, 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 if we are have been excluded in South Africa from decision of power in business and in politics, in public life, for extremely long time. So the DA, the top guns in the DA, the top funders, the top guns, that is now Tony Leon and Helen Zille, regrettably have aligned themselves with, in some ways, the American point of view, which is currently that the diversity, inclusion, and equality programs must be abolished. In South Africa, that translates to abolishing employment equity, BEE, and all those types of affirmative action programs, which in South Africa include women.
And of course,
HR practitioners will tell you that if you don't put the first women into decision-making positions, there will be no women who will recruit other women into top positions. So the first step is to put them there. Don't come with a story that women don't qualify to get into those positions. So there's a number of issues, to me, that are based on equality and equity and inclusion that are a big bone of contention right now, that the DA has not been able to answer conclusively for everybody. You can then take this debate to other segments of society.
Mr. Swana, I mean, it's interesting that Sibiwe Gwagube, as first Deputy Federal Chair now, she spoke to the Daily Maverick about the DA moving away from being a party of competence to being a party of compassion. I'll talk about the figures around their progress just now, but that struck me as being really important. She admits that sometimes people are missing that in the DA. Do you agree it needs to do the work of humanizing itself, of perhaps moving away from incidents where it might have been painted as tone deaf in regard to certain important societal issues?
Yes, so that is why I was worried that when they said they are going to run South Africa according to the values of the DA, the question is, what are those values? When you talk South Africa and values, you cannot talk before you've discussed and exhausted the topic of Ubuntu. Now, that has nothing to do with lack of merit. When you talk about Ubuntu, it's not about lack of merit. Actually, you need a lot of merit to be able to exercise Ubuntu. Now, our fathers who were working in South Africa, and to a certain degree ourselves, you find, and I'm talking in the context of women here, you will find that you will be forever being put in a training program to be developed so that one day in the future you are emerging. At age 40, you are still an emerging potential manager or a potential leader who must be mentored. When will you ever lead? And women are now in that position. The free market position that says everyone must pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Some of the people don't have boots. Those who have boots don't have bootstraps. So what are you going to do about that? That is a hard thing that ignores that the structures of society, the laws of this country, have actually crippled people and crippled families and crippled communities from developing young women and young people who have bootstraps with which they can pull themselves up. There are no boots, there are no bootstraps. So you do need a philosophy of society that says every young person must be given the boots, must be given the bootstraps, and pushed up to go forward. So those are the issues that the DA has got to contend with.
Mr. Swana, I'm going to ask you to hold that thought. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue the conversation here on the Daily Discourse.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Now leave the SABC and see the tower block lit up, 27 stories of light. Move from Auckland Park into the shadow of the Hillbrow Post Office Tower.
This is the English service of the SABC. Here is the news, read by Patricia Carr. A member of the Planning Committee of the President's Council, Mr. Nick Churnicht, has been appointed chairman of the Council's Community Relations Community.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
9:52 here on the Daily Discourse, and we're talking everything Democratic Alliance at this hour. I want to take a call from one of our listeners on the issue of the Democratic Alliance. Eugene, I understand you want to respond to the issue around women in the DA's top leadership. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning. My name is Eugene Goliath. I'm from the Eastern Cape in Koga municipality. It just so happens that I was a student in 2013 in Mrs. Sandile Swana's class at WITS. But I just like to refute this thing about what he just said about the DA not making space for women being elected. We have an open process where you can be nominated and seconded if you choose to stand. If women choose to stand, they are nominated, and then voters have to go and vote. You have to campaign. It's not a question of a DA having a formulated policy to say we must place women there or women will not place women there. So what Mr. Swana is saying now is that the process of the DA electing one woman on its executive, it's because the DA is not allowing women to be elected. That's my understanding of it, and I really refute that. My provincial deputy leader, Dr. Vicky Knitzer, is a woman. The Jane from Mpumalanga, Limpopo, is a woman. So I don't understand, is it just a focus on national? My own branch, that I'm in the branch in my municipality, my wife is our branch chairperson. So are we basing this on the party where it's looked at a national level or at the party in general?
Eugene, thank you for that.
That's my concern.
Yeah. Look, I think you're raising something valid, but I still don't think it's good enough. I think a party has got to make a concerted effort to ensure that women are adequately reflected in its top leadership, and it's not enough just to say, well, if you're a woman and you'd like to participate, then please go ahead. I think the party has got to make it its business to say this underrepresented group needs to be given a boost. And so we are going to make a concerted effort to put our energy into getting the top women in the party into these senior positions. I think it's wonderful that at the level at which you are working, your wife is involved and various other people you are working with are women. But I think it cannot only happen at a community level. It's got to happen at a national level too. Bear in mind, the national office bearers get the most airtime, right? They get the most publicity. People don't always know the women working in communities. So it's important to keep those women working in the communities, enhance those numbers, but also make sure that the message you're sending out at top leadership level is that is where you want women there. And there are many capable women in the Democratic Alliance. I don't for one moment believe that Sibuwe Gwachube was the only woman who should be represented in that. Perhaps I can throw it back to you, Mr. Swana, before I ask my last question. A quick response to Eugene Goliath's stance on this, please.
Thank you, Eugene. Indeed, he was in my class. I'll use a different example now because you see some of the issues we're talking about are historical and cultural. And we need to know the history and the cultural trajectory of the DA. The ultimate example of the DA, if the pinnacle of excellence would be the United States, if you are a DA member. The United States has never had a female president. It has not happened. And it's not because American women are of a poor standard. The society, the processes of society, actually make it impossible for a woman to be the state president of the USA. All this time since it existed for close on 300 years as a republic of some sort. So the liberals, such as the DA, and the people that they aspire to, who are their mentors in the West, unfortunately have a terrible track record of promoting women equity and equality of the genders, and also of what they do with people who come from positions of disadvantage. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Eugene, for weighing in on that. A last question to you, Mr. Swana, and I'm going to the news now, so I'm going to ask for a quick answer here, please. I was having a look at the margins since the last general election. The ANC sitting at more than 40%, the DA at close to 22%. A recent Ipsos Social Research Foundation polls the ANC is down to between 35 and 39%. The DA is up to between 25 and 28%. Do you think the fact that they say they can win the next national election is attainable or overambitious?
The DA and their prophets or forecasters and whatever they use are mistaken. There are people who are going to eat into the margins of the DA, PA, Action SA, Unite for Change, and so on and so forth. The ANC has got its own problems. I'm sure we'll discuss them on another day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Swana. That, of course, Sandile Swana, bringing us the latest analysis on the DA Congress over the weekend. Let's listen to some of your voice notes on this. One of you has confidence in Jordan Hill-Lewis as a leader.
Good morning, SAfm family. Yeah, no, I would like to congratulate Jordan Hill-Lewis for becoming the federal chairman. I think he can deliver. As far as I've seen him carrying tasks, him personal on the ground, leading the teams in different disciplines. So I don't know on the Steenhuisen when he was the federal chairperson, or in his area where he stays or in his regions, probably he was also doing the same. But for Jordan Hill-Lewis, no, I think he can do better, and he's energetic, very young. He loves people. I see also people loves him back. So we hope he can change some of the racial leadership in the party. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Joanne. This is Musa from Matagusa. I just wish to quickly correct the listener who just called in and said he wishes for the DA to grow and take over South Africa. He said that is all we want as South Africans. Very wrong. It is what he is and be content for South Africans. I thank you very much.
Good morning, my dear sister and your fellow presenters. This is Mato speaking. My dear, I hear the excitement of the people about the DA and their well-organized leadership conference. That's good. But all we need to know, or we need to understand, as a South African, we don't need a party that will talk about racial differences. We need the party that will lead the nation and the people who are South African without any looking of any division. But the leader who will be patriotic, who will be the leader to grow the economy, stability in the country. That's all we need. But for praising for a party that is looking to America to find solution, it won't help us because they are belong to us.
Thank you so much for your voice notes. Keep them coming. And we've just hit 10 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us. If you've been listening, another very interesting hour coming up. Stay with us. Right now, let's get your latest news bulletin.
In our top story, Zuma Zambudla trial set to resume this morning and Pope Leo embarks on a 10-day African tour. Good morning. The trial of Duduzile Zuma Zambudla, former MK Party MP, is set to resume in the Durban High Court today. Zuma Zambudla, the daughter of former President Jacob Zuma, faces charges under the Terrorism Act. She's accused of inciting violence during the 2021 July unrest. The state will continue to lead evidence with a new witness expected to take the stand. The court has already heard testimony from several state witnesses, including social media experts. NPA spokesperson Natasha Ramkison Kara.
The case against Zuma Zambudla returns to the Durban court today. She faces charges of incitement to commit terrorism as well as incitement to commit public violence. This is in connection with the unrest and public violence that occurred in July 2021 in various parts of the country. The state will resume its case and has led 4 witnesses thus far.
The following story may upset sensitive listeners, including children. 2 suspects are expected to appear in the Bishop Lavis Magistrates Court this morning following a shooting incident that left a 5-year-old girl wounded in the head in Valhalla Park on the Cape Flats. The child was playing in the street. Police say following an extensive search for the suspects, members of the anti-gang unit arrested the two for attempted murder. They say the shooting incident emanated from a fight between two rival gangs that saw a group chasing a gang member and firing shots. The Bultfontein Magistrates Court in the Free State is expected to hear the bail application of 9 police officers arrested over the weekend. They were arrested for the alleged shooting and killing of 3 civilians and 1 police officer in September 2024. The Independent Police Investigative Directorate says their probe revealed the deceased died due to gun injuries. 43 empty cartridge cases were collected from the crime scene. Ishmael Mudiba reports.
The Independent Police Investigative Directorate described the arrest of multiple officers as a difficult but a necessary step. It says this could put a strain on already limited resources and affect service delivery in the area. However, the police management says it has placed additional resources in place to ensure the smooth running of the Bultfontein police station.
Intensified law enforcement operations in Valeria and Silverton east of Pretoria have resulted in numerous arrests this weekend. Among those arrested were undocumented immigrants and those involved in unlicensed liquor sales and drug peddlers. Police spokesperson Johan van Dijk says the operations are part of efforts to combat crime, improve safety and enforce bylaws in and around the city.
With this operation, 514 persons and 233 vehicles were searched. 67 illegal immigrants were arrested and is being processed for deportation. 21 hotspots were patrolled with several stop and searches executed, which resulted in the arrest of 6 persons for possession of various drugs. 28 art infringement notices were issued totaling 16,250 rand, with 9 persons being arrested for drunk driving. 5 persons were arrested and fined for drinking in public, with 3 persons fined for urinating in public.
And finally, Pope Leo is today embarking on a 10-day tour of Africa, where a fifth of the world's Catholics live. The predominantly Muslim country, Algeria, is, however, his first stop. There, he is expected to promote dialogue between Catholics and Muslims. The BBC's Nomsa Maseko has the details.
No pope has ever visited Algeria, but that changes today as Pope Leo starts his African tour with a visit to the predominantly Muslim country. The pontiff is expected to meet with President Abdelmajid Tebboune and deliver a speech. The 70-year-old will then visit the Great Mosque of Algiers in an effort to promote peace and unity. He is also expected to pray privately in a chapel dedicated to 19 priests and nuns who were murdered during the country's bloody civil war.
Recapping the top story, the trial of Duduzile Zuma Sambudla, former MK Party MP, is set to resume in the Durban High Court today. She's accused of inciting violence during the 2021 July unrest. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. And apply.
Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday 17 April 2026 at Kingswell Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at Ticket Pro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Bafana on X.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all. under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAfm will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us. I'm Joanne Joseph. It's been lovely hearing from you over the course of the last hour. We are about to go into our second hour now. Let me tell you what is coming up. There is only a week before the ceasefire in Iran and the United States, or between them, expires. So we're going to be looking at that issue quickly with our reporter, Ofer, who joins us in just a short while. And then from a little bit later on this hour into the second half hour, we are going to talk about the issue of medically assisted dying. I don't know if you've ever found yourself in the position where you have to consider that, or whether you're watching someone around you ailing for a very long time. The palliative care is not doing what it's supposed to do, or doesn't bring much relief in the final days of someone's life. Have you ever thought, I wish I had a legal solution to be able to assist someone I love from suffering in these final days? So we're going to talk about that, because Dignity SA is going to the High Court with this, and it's something that I think government has been considering for a long time, but it's put it on the back burner for a number of years. And I think it's an issue that has come bubbling up again, one that cannot be avoided, because there are many such cases that have arisen in the last few years, and the question keeps arising. So there's got to be some kind of legal opinion on that. So I encourage you to call in as we talk to a mom who lost her son, who he eventually died by suicide, but he was very ill, and he was not given the option of being able to use medically assisted dying as a means to end his life. So we'll hear from Mrs. Patsy Schoeneville in just a short while. And then Professor Joseph Raimondo joins us as well. He's from Dignity SA, and he's going to tell us exactly what their stance is on this and why they've decided to take this to court. But let's start abroad right now. As I said, a week left before the temporary ceasefire expires, and the United States and Iran are running out of time to find a lasting solution. They spent 21 hours negotiating in the Pakistani capital Islamabad this past weekend to put an end to the war that's raged on for 6 weeks. But US Vice President J.D. Vance emerged yesterday to announce that they simply could not agree on a solution. Ofer Niemann is a freelance correspondent in that region. He joins us now. He's based in Israel. Good morning to you, Ofer, and thank you very much for making the time to speak to us today. So I think I should start with the latest, which is that the Trump administration is threatening to now start monitoring the Strait of Hormuz itself. What do we know about that?
Good morning. So this seems to be a desperate move. It seems that the military option for Trump and for Netanyahu has run its course and failed strategically. And now they are facing substantial demands by Iran after this war of aggression, clearly a war of aggression under international law. And apparently, Trump and Vance tried to force the Iranian government in Islamabad into accepting a list of American demands, and Iranians feel that they have the upper hand here. So they rejected this attempt, and now they have significant control of the Strait of Hormuz, and they can dictate to a large extent which tankers go in and out, and this favors allies of Iran. And what Trump is trying to do here is basically say, okay, if you try to do that, we will simply block everything coming out of Hormuz. But this is going to be very problematic for Trump. We can already ask, I mean, is he really going to block tankers taking oil to China? That would lead to a major escalation, especially ahead of his planned visit to China. So for now, this seems to be a desperate move, a desperate but dangerous nonetheless.
Ofer, despite the marathon talks on the weekend not resulting in a significant solution, do you know if any progress was made at all?
I haven't heard of any back channels or any progress behind the scenes. What we know is that the U.S. delegation under Vance simply declared the negotiations failed and went back to the U.S. And it seems that 21 hours is not enough if Vance and the U.S. were interested in serious negotiations. And someone added cynically that 21 hours is way too long if they're simply trying to dictate to the Iranians with an ultimatum. So overall, I think that the negotiations were not serious on the part of the Americans. I can only guess that behind the scenes there are some attempts to bring the sides together, especially by Gulf states, by Pakistan, but for now, we're not seeing clear information about that.
Ofer, are there any details on what the actual sticking points are?
Well, I mean, we know that Iran would like would like the US to lift the sanctions, the debilitating sanctions which have made life miserable for so many ordinary Iranians. The US would like to speak of caring for the ordinary Iranians, but the sanctions have been hard mostly on poor and middle class Iranians. And for now, we have no indication that the US is willing to do that. Iran is also asking for reparations, and of course, one of the main issues is Lebanon. I'm an Israeli citizen, and from my perspective, I think that's international law as well. Israel is waging a war of aggression on Lebanon as well, and Iran is calling for a ceasefire in Lebanon. Israel is not interested in that. Israel has been razing villages in southern Lebanon, and right-wing Israeli politicians have actually been calling for the annexation of southern Lebanon and for driving out the Shia population of Lebanon. That's called ethnic cleansing. Iran is demanding a ceasefire, and Israel is unwilling to comply. And it remains to be seen whether Trump is willing to exert pressure on Israel to force Israel to withdraw from southern Lebanon. For now, that does not seem to be the case.
You know, there was some talk that Benjamin Netanyahu had proposed a ceasefire of some kind in regards to Lebanon. Have you heard anything about that?
Well, I mean, what we know about Netanyahu's plan is that at the very least, Israel is interested in establishing a so-called buffer zone inside Lebanon, southern Lebanon, and Netanyahu is not renounced this plan, at least not in public. And furthermore, far-right Israeli politicians are actually saying that it should not just be a buffer zone, but Israel should also formally annex the territory. And I think that Netanyahu, considering his political plight and his strong dependence on his far-right coalition partners, will not start a conflict with them by actually saying, no, I'm just going to cancel the whole thing. He would like to leave the door open to these plans, very dangerous plans. So we're still stuck in southern Lebanon.
Thank you so much for bringing us that update. Ofer Neiman, a freelance correspondent in the Middle East. All right, it is just after 10:15 here on the Daily Discourse, and I'm not sure if you've had a relative or a close friend who's almost reaching the end of their lives, is suffering profoundly, most likely due to a serious illness, and just wants to find a way to end it all. It's such a difficult and emotional decision for individuals and families caught up in this dilemma. Now, Dignity South Africa is going to court to clarify what South African law actually says about medically assisted dying. And it wants to convince the courts that people who are terminally ill and who find themselves suffering in the final stages of their life deserve the right to opt out if they can't bear it any longer. So we're going to spend roughly the next 40 minutes or so, maybe longer than that, 45 minutes, talking to one family that's had to live through this. We're looking at what our law says. We're exploring what sort of considerations the court will be looking at when it scrutinizes this issue. I'd love to hear your experiences in this regard. Were you in this situation where you either had to watch a loved one struggle and you knew it wasn't what they wanted, but had to watch that slow decline anyway? Or were you perhaps the person who fought to keep your loved one alive for as long as possible? And now that the time has passed, how do you feel about the stance that you took in that moment? We're taking your calls, your text messages, and your voice notes on this issue, and I'll try to get to as many of them as possible in the next few minutes. But first, let's hear from a mother who's lived through this. Patricia Skoenegevel's son, Craig, was diagnosed with a debilitating disease when he was young. Craig eventually craved medically assisted dying when he became an adult, but the law didn't allow for it by the time he passed. His mum joins us now from Gqeberha. Mrs. Skoenegevel, thank you so much for agreeing to share Craig's story with us, and yours, of course, with us. Firstly, can we start with you telling us just how old Craig was when you all received his diagnosis?
He received the diagnosis when he was 1 year old.
I understand that then opened the gateway to a range of medical procedures that he had over the course of his life. Can you talk us through that diagnosis and what the consequences of it were for your family, please?
Okay, I'm just going to perhaps start with something else and say that our son asked my husband and myself to sit down one day. He was about 24, 25 years old at that time. He said he had something important to tell us. And he said that he wanted to go to Switzerland because he wanted a medically assisted death. He told us it was more gentle than suicide, and I want you, Mom, to hold me and Dad to hold us both as I take my last breath. And let me tell you how he got. So he was diagnosed with NF at just 1 year old, neurofibromatosis type 1, which is a very variable condition. Some people never experiencing health problems, others have life-threatening complications. We thought he might not be severely affected, but by the age of 7, his hopes were gone. He underwent brain tumor surgery, followed by 3 further operations in London. During one of those, he lost a kidney. Fortunately, his remaining kidney functioned, supported by a vein taken from his leg. Craig attended the special needs school throughout his education. He faced coordination challenges and learning difficulties, yet he persevered. He was not allowed to play any contact sport due to his condition. As a result, he was often teased and bullied. Over time, Craig developed fibromas or tumors across his body. Some became very painful and had to be surgically removed. I looked for a special fellow because he had 2 large fibromas at the back of his head, and that made lying down unbearable. They were eventually removed, but the one on top of his head could not be treated and continued to grow. Despite everything, he qualified as a personal trainer. Just as he was about to start his business, his health deteriorated again. He developed severe abdominal obstructions linked to the early surgeries. The pain he endured during these episodes was indescribable. No child should experience that level of suffering. No parent should have to witness it.
I'm interested to know, sorry to come in there, Mrs. Skoenegevel.
Yes, that's fine.
It seemed Craig's health was improving at the time. He had made all these efforts to positively change what had been a very difficult life for him. But suddenly you had the realization that actually after he started his business, this improvement in his health that you witnessed was only going to be short-lived.
Yes.
And he came to you and he sat you and your husband down and he said, he essentially wanted to engage in the process of medically assisted dying. That must have hit you and your husband fairly hard. Or did you realize that Craig was moving towards that thought process?
Yes, I think because he carried on suffering. I mean, it was late night emergency hospital visits became routine, and every time he had to go into surgery, he hoped it would be the last, but it never was.
Mm-hmm.
That disease was relentless. It broke down his body, his strength, and his spirit. And in the final 2 years of his life, he lost the will to keep fighting. And I don't know what to tell you, what more. It's just that he couldn't carry on anymore,
Yes.
He was just, the severity of pain was just too much for him. And I mean, his journey taught us something so profound, that there's nothing wrong with a human being wanting a medically assisted death under certain circumstances. That was not an option for him in South Africa. He was prepared to travel to Switzerland to access it, despite being on a liquid diet for the final 4 months of his life.
And you and your husband supported this, Mrs. Gwenaghevel?
Yes, I still wonder how I did, but he had made up his mind. He was not depressed. He was not confused. He was fully aware, fully capable, and simply did not want to suffer any longer.
And I mean, how did Craig eventually pass?
He took himself out.
Was that a shock to you? Did you believe that this was going to happen? It was inevitable because he had no other choice?
Well, he said, I can remember him sitting on our bed and begging Dignitas in Switzerland could you please come, because they've got to give you a green light of some sort to come. And I think it was his third call to Dignitas, and they carried on telling him now he's got to go for more operations. And eventually he said, well, he can't carry on like this, he can't. He was finished. He was an absolute frail stick of a human being by that time. So, as he said, if I were a dog, I would have been put to sleep long ago.
I mean,
but at the same time, I should also tell you that he was a devout Christian and trusted absolutely that God would understand his choice.
Well, I was going to ask you about that, and thank you for introducing that, because many of our listeners are people who hope to live very moral lives and try to, and they adhere to a set of beliefs, the religious belief that you've just spoken of, for example, that dictates no one has the right to take their own life, and it's up to a divine entity to decide when it's your time to go. It must be very difficult, if you subscribe to a religion like that, to come to the point where you say, well, I've got to go against what has been taught to me all my life, and this is what I need, and I hope God will forgive me.
Yes. He believed absolutely in God. He was a Christian through and through, and he believed, he told me, he asked God to please heal him. And God said no. And he just believed that God would understand that if he took his own life, it was to prevent further suffering.
So I take it would have made a huge difference to you as a family if Craig could have opted for medically assisted dying?
Absolutely. It would have been our first choice here in this country.
And you clearly think this should be an option for other South Africans who are in a similar position to Craig?
Yes, this whole thing with our son, I mean, I will fight for this for other people, because for our son to have gone through all that suffering for all those years of his life, and for us to have to witness all that it's too much for anybody.
Well, thank you so much for sharing Craig's story and your story with us, Mrs. Gwenaghevel. And we still are sorry for your loss. I mean, the pain of a child never, ever leaves you. and all credit to you and Craig's dad for seeing him through these difficulties and making sure that he had all the support he needed. That, of course, was Mrs. Patsy Skooner-Gevel. She's Craig's mother, talking about this issue that Dignity South Africa has brought up. They mentioned last week that they're going to go to court. They're going to go to the High Court imminently to talk about the issue of medically assisted dying. I would love to hear your feedback on this. What do you think about this? Do you think that that this is simply that it goes against your grain? Do you have religious beliefs that perhaps clash with this? Do you feel that the government needs to look after this, look at this issue from a legal point of view? I'm wondering, because it looks like this has been an issue that has been it's sort of been a can that's just been kicked down the road for a number of years now. And very interestingly, we're going to have a conversation in a short while with the Executive Director of Dignity South Africa. I wonder, from a legal point of view, what arguments they are going to make to convince the courts that this is something that the Constitution will allow for, right? Do you feel that this is something that must be included in our law, in our constitutional law? Do you feel that that the Bill of Rights, on which our law is based, that enshrines the right to life, creates the space for us to say, well, you know, individuals cannot suffer. They have the right to a decent life, not just to life, and therefore this should be a consideration in the way we approach it, so long as it is embarked upon in a really careful way. I would love to hear from you on that. You know, I think every so often of individuals like Mario Ambrosini. I don't know if you remember, he was an IFP member of Parliament, and he was a very nice man. I interviewed him a number of times, and he was diagnosed with cancer, what eventually became terminal cancer. And for a long time, he had hoped to end his life. And it wasn't an easy thing to do. It wasn't an easy decision to make. He was a man with a family, and obviously his decision was one that would have wide-ranging consequences for his family and for his party, a lot of people around him. And eventually he made the decision that he would take his own life, and that was what he did. He used a gun, and he died by suicide. But I often think of that family, and I often think of, I mean, if you read about the circumstances around which he died, he holed himself up in his office, and he took his own life while his wife was in a separate room in the house. And it had been planned, everything had been discussed, everyone knew what was going to happen, but she still ran to his aid in those last few minutes. And I can quite imagine how that must have played out for her, how traumatic it must have been for this woman watching dying in that particular way, because it is a violent way to die. And I wonder, do people who resort to suicide in cases like this want to die in that way? Is it not the most violent way that they could die? Should we not afford them the dignity of dying with the help of a medical professional who knows how to transition them in the gentlest way possible? Or does that go against your values? I'd love to hear from you. We're going to continue the conversation right after our news headlines with Anne Musa at 10:30.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, the African Unite Borders Bus Trucks Association has commended law enforcement authorities in the Free State for the recent interception of buses transporting undocumented foreign nationals. The trial of Duduzile Zuma Zambudla, a former MK Party MP, is set to resume in the Durban High Court. She's accused of inciting violence during the 2021 July unrest. And the South African Weather Service has issued a warning of heavy rain, strong winds and possible flooding in some parts of the country today. I'll have details on these and other stories at 11.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Right, it's just gone 10:31 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us at this hour. And of course, we're having this conversation about assisted dying. What is your take on it? Should there be a mechanism in our law for medically assisted dying? And it would specifically be for people who are terminally ill, people who've been very severely injured, and who have no hope of recovery from that. One of you is speaking to us on the WhatsApp line saying, "Hello, Joanne. I support assisted dying for people who suffer from hopelessly poor quality of life. I know so many people who simply fear being old and are unable to take care of themselves in a dignified way and will, in fact, commit suicide if medical assistance is not available to end their suffering. As Mrs. Skoenegevil said, a dog would be spared such suffering by humane owners." Thanks, LG. LG, that particular sentence, I mean, that Craig uttered is the one that I find most difficult to swallow, that we live in a society where animal rights are so compromised, and yet a dog who is suffering would have that right, and right now human beings don't. So although I don't have a fully defined opinion on this yet, and I'm hoping to listen and learn from the people we're speaking to today, I do think about the dignity of people and how important that is to all of this. It's bringing into the conversation the Executive Director of Dignity SA, Professor Joseph Raimondo, who joins us now on the line from Cape Town. Prof, good morning to you, and thank you so much for being with us today. Can you please start by telling us, how does the law define assisted dying right now?
So thank you so much for having me. It's wonderful to be here, and I always get quite moved by hearing from Patsy and the story of Mario Ambrosini.
Absolutely.
Just to answer your question directly, at the moment, medical assistance in dying is illegal, and it is the same as murder in cold blood as defined by the common law at the moment.
I mean, you're specifically asking the courts to legalize medical assistance in dying, or MAID, that is the acronym that you're using. What does that specifically refer to?
So I think, yes, we need to be absolutely clear that medical assistance in dying would be a highly regulated process that would be actually really available for a small number of people who meet the eligibility criteria for it. This is not something that would be widely available. It would be one of a number of choices South Africans should have near the end of their lives. Because as we know in our society, a great number of people are suffering deeply near the end of their lives. Some people have peaceful natural deaths. Other people suffer greatly. And there are a number of choices, including palliative care, which is deeply important, hugely underfunded. But we know that for a small number of people who have really good palliative care, even for them, their suffering is still too great, and for them, the compassionate choice of medical assistance in dying would be hugely valuable. And I could talk more about how it could work, but it would be a very defined medical process with strict regulations and eligibility criteria.
I'm going to ask you to take us through that in just a moment, but I want to ask you first. I mean, I've spoken about terminally ill patients. I've spoken about people who've been involved in accidents, but we've had a couple of international examples in recent weeks and months. I mean, I can think of one person who was severely sexually abused, suffered traumatic psychiatric injury as a result of it. And after years and years of being medicated, going through massive amounts of psychotherapy, was not able to heal from the psychological damage to the rape that she had experienced over the course of her young life, and so appealed to courts. I think it was either in the United Kingdom or the United States. I think it's probably the United Kingdom, and was eventually able to actually get permission to end her life. The second case in Spain, which I thought was a very, very sad one indeed, another case of a young woman who had been gang raped and who was not able to recover from that. She tried to die by suicide, jumping off a building, broke her legs, became paralyzed from the waist down, and then eventually went to the courts, the Spanish courts, and said, "Please help me die." And her father opposed that, but she stuck to her guns, and she eventually got the courts, convinced the courts that this was something that she needed to have done for the sake of her well-being, and she passed a couple of weeks ago through this process. So I need to ask you very specifically what you have in mind here as a South African NGO when you talk about medically assisted dying. Who are the patients that are specifically going to be helped by it?
So you've brought a whole lot of important issues to the fore there. And I think, firstly, we want to be clear that in our case, the person who would be eligible for access would need to have a terminal or irremediable medical condition. So you've got this serious medical condition that means you're dying or you're never getting better. And ultimately, there will be it will be up to Parliament, with input from all of us, to decide like what exactly, how particularly we should define those. I have my own personal opinions that we should not be extending this to psychiatric conditions or mental health conditions, but I understand that the circumstances you described are extremely tragic. You described two. One was in Spain, and the other would not have been in the UK. It's just the medical assistance in dying is not legalized there. And in the US, it's certainly not available for people with mental health conditions as the primary diagnosis. So I think in all cases, those are predominantly allowed to access medical assistance in dying because they have a medical condition, a great disability. That woman perhaps broke her legs, was in great suffering. She also has accompanying mental health conditions, but the primary means to gain eligibility would be through other conditions at the moment. There are only a very few places, the Netherlands and Belgium, where you may be able to access it by mental health conditions, and that's a I guess, to be honest, a big can of worms that I don't think we're ready to go there in South Africa. We've got so much else to address before we get to those very difficult cases.
Right. Baby steps, I suppose. If the court grants your application, Prof, what sort of process do you imagine an individual would have to go through to secure legal permission to end their lives with medical assistance?
Yes. So unfortunately, we can. We would need to develop a bespoke model that works for South Africa, but we're very fortunate that we can benefit from the work of the South African Law Reform Commission, which worked during the Mandela presidency, and they went through a huge amount of public consultation. They developed draft legislation on how medical assistance in dying could work in South Africa. So with that, it was never taken forward by the Mbeki presidency, but with that combined with foreign examples, including in countries that have similar socioeconomic status to us, like Colombia, for instance, we can have a system that would work for us. As Dignity South Africa, we see us at least starting as the most safe and practical point with medical assistance in dying, working through secondary and tertiary hospitals. And essentially what needs to happen would that a person would need to have multiple independent assessments by doctors, perhaps committees of doctors by a hospital. Those committees would need to make sure that they meet all the eligibility criteria. And one of the ones that you haven't really mentioned, and I think it's worth bringing up because of the sort of the dog-animal analogy, is that the person making this decision, it has to be a free choice. They need to have the cognitive ability to make a decision as serious as this that can never be taken back. It's different to the case of animals. We relieve their suffering, but it's not their choice. And that's absolutely not what this is about. This is about a person exercising their own autonomy, which they may have come to that decision by consulting with their family, but ultimately it is their choice, and they need to be able to make that choice. So part of the assessment would be, does this person have the ability to make that choice voluntarily? Are they being coerced by other people? That cannot be allowed at all. Is this choice enduring? They would need to make repeated requests and have it documented. It can't just be a once-off decision, for instance, and there are ways to ensure that.
We are talking to Professor Joseph Raimondo. He's the Executive Director of Dignity South Africa, talking to us about medically assisted dying. We'll take a short break. We'll have more from him when we come back.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
South Africa is listening. SAfm is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAfm will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
10:42 here on the Daily Discourse with me, Joanne Joseph, and we're talking about the issue of medically assisted dying. The Executive Director of Dignity SA, Professor Joseph Raimonda, having a conversation with us about this. I'd love for you to participate in this conversation. Our studio line number is 086 000 2032. Reading some of your voice notes out at this time, one of you says, I fully support Dignity SA. Actually, I told my family that when I become helpless, I must be assisted to die. Anyway, we are all going to die, so why prolong a hopeless situation? Let's hear some voice notes from you.
Good morning, Joanne. As an individual, I don't see a problem in this. I mean, if it's me who is gravely ill and I feel like I need to be assisted by being eliminated, so to speak, then let there be it. Because it's me who will be suffering at the end of the day. So I don't have a problem with people who are, as long as it's not a suicide, guys. It's not a suicide.
All right. One of you disagrees with that.
Joanna, Prince Ntaben. Joanna, this thing of medical assisted death, the right to taking your own life, I mean, I think it's nonsense generally. You know, it just makes no sense, Joanna. I mean, life in itself is about living. You know, it goes back to this thing of to be or not to be. I mean, can it really be not to be? No. It's always about to be. If you can stop your breath now without hurting your body and then die, well, then maybe you can make it legal. But if you can't do that, then we can't talk about such nonsense.
Hi, Joanne. Good morning. Kwene here. Joanne, on the topic, I beg to differ with you with one thing. Number one, there's no dignified way of passing on. Number one dignified way that I can attest to is to say someone has passed on, not dying. People don't die, animals do. That's the only way we can speak respectfully of it. And I'm not sure if it is in good sense for us to push for that. I mean, like, imagine if that person who's pushing for it, they can do it to themselves. Can they do it in their good sense? No. Gwena.
Hi, Joanne. I'm all for assisted dying or euthanasia. I think that one sees a lot of people suffering, particularly with cancer and terminal diseases, who simply are kept alive needlessly when you know that they are going to die in a short space of time. I have some experience of this, and where I think it's been done surreptitiously in the country, where people are actually assisted in dying by sometimes withholding essential medical treatment, which would simply prolong their life for perhaps a week or two or a month. And that's simply withheld. Doesn't add to the suffering of the person there, but it certainly terminates the suffering and that the person is going through and their loss of quality of life. Thanks. Anonymous, Rebecca.
Thank you for all of those messages coming through, and do keep them coming because the conversation continues here on the Daily Discourse. One of our listeners, Chantel, says, I just think of the decline of my own mom with dementia. You remember the way they were, but their life now is just pain, confusion, immobility, and misery. Such a difficult choice to make, but I know that you will do everything you can to keep your loved one around, but at what cost to you and them? So keep those messages coming here on the Daily Discourse. Let's continue our conversation with the Executive Director of Dignity SA, Professor Joseph Raimondo. Prof, you've heard from our listeners, and we're hearing various different opinions on this, but I think what would be quite important, perhaps, is to be able to know what medical means you are proposing should be used to end the lives of terminally ill patients who request it, and if government grants it through the courts, would be able to access it.
Okay, so just before I address it directly, I would want to ensure that the listeners understand that in order to be eligible, one would have had to have all of the options available, including palliative care, before one would be able to get this choice. And many people don't realize how effective palliative care is at relieving suffering. And it was sort of alluded to by one of the listeners, where at the moment it is legal for doctors to withdraw treatment. It used to be called passive euthanasia, but withdraw life-sustaining treatment and allow someone to die naturally. And together with palliative care, where you have all the appropriate pain control with morphine, etc., it can allow people to die very good natural deaths. In palliative care at the moment, it is also legal and ethical to accelerate. You can treat someone suffering, say with morphine, and this may have the effect of accelerating their death. And that is fine and ethical and legal as long as the primary intent is to treat the suffering. So these things are legal already.
Right.
What we are adding, of course, is someone who's suffering, asking a doctor to actively end their life artificially. And the way that there's two ways that can happen. In both ways, the medical professional is providing the means, and in one way, you use that means to end your own life. That was previously called assisted suicide or doctor-assisted suicide. And that might be the doctors prescribe your medication, and then you take that at home with your loved ones around you at a time of your choosing. So that would be like a cocktail that you would drink. This is how it works in the States and the USA. That is the only way they are able to access it, by drinking a cocktail at home. That would be self-administered. And now there are many people that are suffering that can't even swallow because of whatever disorder they might have, advanced motor neuron disease, for instance. Or they are too weak to even lift a cup, for instance. So the other method would be doctor-assisted, where they may put up a little IV line and then give you drugs through that put you to sleep and then consequently end your life. And in cases where both are available, 99% of people choose the doctor-assisted version because people are very concerned about it being effective and safe, for instance. And when the doctor is doing it, they know that nothing is going to go wrong. So hopefully I've described that kind of briefly.
Yes, thank you. Our constitutional law is obviously built on the Bill of Rights, which enshrines the right to life. How will you argue against that in court?
So, I mean, it's a great question, and you've sort of alluded to this a little bit already, but the right to life, Section 11, is one of many rights in our Bill of Rights, and it should be considered along with the right to human dignity, which many think is sort of overall encompassing right, because the right to human dignity sort of underlies the right to life, to a dignified life. There's also the right to freedom and security of the person, right to bodily autonomy, not to be treated in a cruel or inhumane way, and then the right to equality as well. And all of these, there are many arguments related to all of these. Maybe I'll just pick out one, which is actually the right to life, which we include in our constitutional argument. If we think about Mario Ambrosini or Craig Schooner-Heerfel, if they knew that at any point in the future they could access medical assistance in dying, their quality of life improves dramatically. They may actually live much longer. They may not die by suicide earlier because they know that at any point, if it's too much, they can access that. And that allows people to live a much better quality of life for much longer. So we actually think the right to life is one of the reasons medical assistance in dying should be legalized in line with our constitution.
I'm going to take a
maybe
call.
just
Yes, go ahead.
Can I just quickly add that the right to life isn't about the right to a biological life, a beating heart. It's about the right to a life worth living.
All right. So quality of life, in other words, as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. We're going to take a call from one of our listeners right now, and let's see who we've got on the line. We've got Younger in Cape Town, and you want to share your thoughts with us on this issue. Younger, please go ahead.
Oh yes. Good morning. And good morning to your guest. Is Prof still there?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. Yeah. Prof, I understand you quite very much, but Prof, you know what we must avoid is to open something that we cannot regulate later, because now who is gonna regulate the fact that a person is terminally ill, considering of the doctor patient confidentiality, and if I go to my private doctor, I'm on medical aid, and I'm like, doc, I have a lot of debt, and I have this 50 million life insurance on myself, and can you just put to say I'm terminally ill, and then I'm gonna sign, and I'm gonna die, and my family can get that 15 million, and how are you gonna regulate that, Prof? That's my question.
Okay, Younger, good question. Thank you very much for that. So, Prof, abuse of the law, should you persuade the courts that medically assisted dying is legislated in the future?
And this is extremely important, and I completely agree with you, and I deeply share all the same concerns that you have. It is we all know in South Africa that we have laws on the one hand, but how they're actually practically implemented can be completely different, and we have to be so careful that we don't, as you sort of say, open a can of worms, for instance. That said, I and Dignity South Africa firmly believes there is a way to do this practically and responsibly, and it's part of creating a society that just cares about its people, that's compassionate, that has all the choices at the end of life. But let's talk about abuse specifically. So for instance, it wouldn't ever be possible just, and it can't be, to go to a doctor and say, can you sign this off for me, a single doctor. So what we're proposing, at least to start with, would be you would go to your first doctor, they would do all this assessment, for instance, and then they would make an application to a multidisciplinary committee at a nearby hospital that would have experts on it, and we have ideas of who they could be. They would then independently review the application. So there would be a further number of independent reviews, and they would have to make sure that you meet the eligibility criteria. It can't be for financial gain. You need to actually have a terminal or irremediable condition. You may need a psychologist or psychiatric assessment to make sure that you can make a voluntary choice, for instance. And it's worth saying doctors are making decisions at the moment about whether you should be able to have life-threatening surgery, late-stage abortions, who gets a kidney transplant, for instance. These very difficult ethical decisions are being made by doctors and hospital-based committees, and the same tools they use there could be used in this case.
On that note, Prof, I wanted to ask, are you not expecting whichever doctors agree to participate in MAID to compromise the Hippocratic Oath, which requires them to save the lives of patients rather than to end them?
So it's a great question, and I think the first thing to say is that the Hippocratic Oath has been slowly being adapted for a very long time. To start with, the Hippocratic Oath, you need to swear allegiance to Greek gods. In fact, the Hippocratic Oath says you're not allowed to do surgery and you may not use the knife. So we've adapted many times since then. And actually, in most adaptations of the Hippocratic Oath, the most important two things are patient autonomy, trusting your patients and the people who come to you to be able to make their own decisions, empower them to make their own decisions. That's on the one side. On the other side is patient well-being. Make sure whatever you do is in the best interest of your patients. Those are the two founding principles of how doctors should practice, and I don't think medical assistance in dying contradicts those.
Prof, many more conservative South Africans will likely see this as a possible gateway to uncontrolled MAID, where people seek to die for reasons other than terminal illness. And I think I gave you some examples earlier talking about people who are psychologically afflicted. And we're a deeply traumatized country. It isn't out of the realm of possibility that many South Africans living through the kind of history we have, the socioeconomic deprivation, the violence, should want to end their lives right now as we speak, and are using suicide as the means to do that. So in a country like ours, does it require a special thought before you go to the courts? Thinking about how this could act as a gateway to all forms of assisted dying that at some point might compromise our values as South Africans.
I think that's a deeply important and relevant concern, and certainly something that weighs on us substantially. So the first thing to say is that people often invoke a sort of slippery slope. Once you open up legalizing assisted dying, things necessarily expand. I just want to give a few examples. For instance, Oregon have legalized medical assistance in dying in 1997. It's been almost 30 years with no expansion to other categories. There are a small number of countries, mainly the Netherlands, for instance, which allow it for mental health conditions. But that's their decision as a country, and it's not necessarily the decision that we need to take, especially given our particular context. We have a deeply unequal society with a violent past, a huge amount of societal and individual trauma. And I think we need to realize that medical assistance in dying is not should not be seen as something that's going to take all of that away or be used inappropriately. It can't be. And that's why we need very strict eligibility criteria in a fashion that suits our context. And one of the things that I think is particularly important in our context is that, and which in any implementation we see, is that it really has to be done in tandem with palliative care. For medical assistance in dying to be a choice, you need to have all the choices. And we very much worry about people that are suffering, say, end-stage cancer, but if they had access to palliative care, they probably actually wouldn't request medical assistance in dying. So in our context, it's really important that palliative care is offered first and available before anyone could get this. But you're right. Our context will need deep, appropriate thought, but it doesn't mean it's not possible. And I think bringing attention to end-of-life issues is deeply important. And everywhere in other countries where it's been legalized, say France, Australia, Canada, there's been a huge amount of investment in end-of-life, in healthcare, in palliative care that goes along with it. And we hope that's what happens in this case.
Thank you so much for speaking to us today. The Executive Director of Dignity South Africa, Professor Joseph Raimondo. I hope that has opened your mind to what this entire case is about, that is going to go to the High Court in a short while. And I hope it's helped you reflect somewhat on exactly how you would respond to a situation like this, where a family member or a friend or someone who asked for your help in the case was trying to end their own lives. Let's listen to some of your voice notes on this before we go to the news.
Blessed morning, Joanne. I say blessed morning because each day as it comes, it's a blessed one from the Lord. The Lord is the one who gives us life, and He is the one that will take our life. But if by suffering, by pain, by hurt, one feels that life should rest in their hands to deal with it, to take it, let that person's wish be upon themselves, not burden anyone else to do what is contrary to the law of God. You cannot take someone else's life. If they want their life terminated, they are really free to take their own life. But let us not burden others to take other people's lives. Thanks.
11 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse. Let's get your latest news.
In our top stories, Free State law enforcement praised for intercepting buses and warning for severe thunderstorms. Good morning. The African Unite Borders Bus Trucks Association has commended law enforcement authorities in the Free State for their recent interception of buses transporting undocumented foreign nationals. On Saturday, authorities intercepted a third bus since the beginning of April carrying 55 passengers travelling from Zimbabwe to Cape Town. Of the 55 passengers, 29 people, including 7 minors, were found to be undocumented. Chairperson of the association, Phumudzo Mokwati, says this is concerning.
To do is to engage the Portfolio Committee on Transport, on Policy and Home Affairs and Ethics to summon and to investigate CDRT Head of Law Enforcement, CFO and bus stakeholder, the managers, and also the profiling unit, including the BMA officials, for allowing these illegal bus operators to commit human trafficking.
The trial of Duduzile Zuma Sambudla, former MK Party MP, is set to resume in the Durban High Court today. Zuma Sambudla, the daughter of former President Jacob Zuma, faces charges under the Terrorism Act. She's accused of inciting violence during the 2021 July unrest. The state will continue to lead evidence with a new witness expected to take the stand. The court has already heard testimony from several witnesses, including social media experts. NPA spokesperson Natasha Ramkison-Kara.
The case against Zuma Sambudla returns to the Durban court today. She faces charges of incitement to commit terrorism as well as incitement to commit public violence. This is in connection with the unrest and public violence that occurred in July 2021 in various parts of the country. The state will resume its case and has led 4 witnesses thus far.
The KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education is investigating circumstances around animal remains found at Glenhaven Secondary School at Verulam in the north of Durban. It's alleged a large group of congregants held an Easter celebration on the school premises, leaving the school in a deplorable state. The incident has put the issue of renting out school property for commercial use under the spotlight. KwaZulu-Natal Education spokesperson Mlum Charlie says they are intervening.
We have made an inquiry into the school specifically on that event to see how we can avoid events like that or incidents like that happening to our schools going forward. When the Department of Education decided that schools must be managed through SGBs, and those SGBs should be part of those decisions in terms of what qualifies as a legitimate revenue generation program for a school.
The South African Weather Service has issued a warning of heavy rain, strong winds and possible flooding in some parts of the country today. Forecaster Tukelo Chilwane says similar weather conditions are expected tomorrow.
A yellow level 4 warning for severe thunderstorm has been issued for the Free State, KwaZulu-Natal and escarpment areas of Mpumalanga. In addition, a yellow level 2 warning for severe thunderstorms which may lead to localized flooding is in place for Gauteng, Northwest and the Highveld of Mpumalanga for today.
And finally, opposition supporters in Hungary have been partying late into the night after landslide election victory for Peter Magyar and his pro-EU party that sent shockwaves across the continent. They've won more than 2/3 of the seats in parliament, which will allow them to change Hungary's constitution. He told a huge crowd in Budapest that they'd taken Hungary back after toppling the system of the long-term Prime Minister Viktor Orban. These people were at the victory rally.
I'm so emotional. This is history, I'm so happy that, we can remain a part of Europe. That was a choice between Europe and Asia. And now Hungary showed really that we want to be a part of Europe.
It was like an unbelievable moment for us. But it happened. And it's like a magic.
Recapping the top story, the African Unite Borders Bus Trucks Association has commended law enforcement authorities in the Free State for the recent interception of buses transporting undocumented foreign nationals. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfm Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
11:06 here on the Daily Discourse with me, Joanne Joseph. Thank you for joining us. It's been lovely hearing from you over the course of the morning. And remember that our lines remain open throughout the show, so we would love to hear from you. Give us a call on our studio line, 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. Keep your voice notes short, please. We're streaming on the DSTV channel 814 as well, and we are on at SAfm Radio on X, or you can watch us live on Facebook if you like. Some very, very interesting calls and messages coming in from you following our discussion in the last hour with Professor Joseph Raimondo, the Executive Director of Dignity South Africa. As you know, they're going to court. They want medically assisted dying. Medically assisted dying. And the actual phrase is medical assistance in dying. The acronym is MAID. They want that legislated. And so we had an hour-long conversation just about on that issue, and so many of you sent in your voice notes and so forth. So let's listen to a couple of voice notes and take some calls on that issue before we go to our next story. A big story, especially if you are in the Eastern Cape. There is a court prohibiting the Dora and Giza hospital workers from protesting. You may know that they were completely overloaded with patients and they decided to institute industrial action. So we're getting an update on that in a few minutes. And we're also going further afield to have a look at the issue of what's going on between Iran and the United States. Right now, let's listen to those voice notes on medically assisted dying.
Hi, assisted dying. Our problem, especially here in Africa, is that we have become a photocopying machine. Whatever is done elsewhere, especially in Europe and America, we just want to copy and paste it into our African system, whether or not it is feasible or not. I think we need our own African ways of dealing with the challenges, not necessarily to say because other developed countries have done it. That's not good in my view. This is Anonymous from KZN.
Hello, good morning to you. This is Alex. I would like to think that those people who have been incarcerated for having committed serious crimes, like violent crimes, and have been given lengthy sentences, especially like life sentences, should be given opportunity to elect assisted dying, to choose assisted dying.
Thank you for that. I think you're taking us into another realm now. You're talking about a form of execution that is not permitted by the Constitution, and I don't think that would be seen as medically assisted dying. It would be seen as a form of execution for those who've got a life sentence. So that is slightly different. But let's take some calls on this issue. Edwin in Polokwane is with us. Edwin, what do you think about this issue?
Hi, Joanne.
Hi.
Yes, man, my contribution in short, I think, firstly, the professor was all over the place. And secondly, it will not be possible to regulate what the professor is trying to bring to the fore through the court, depending on what you classify as suffering. For an example, given the huge unemployment, you can go and say, because I'm suffering, I'm not employed, I want to terminate my life. So that's just an example. Thirdly, I hoped he was still on the line. I was going to ask him whether they have considered the African religious and other beliefs before going to court. I wanted him to clarify that, because I think if they did not, those groups must actually oppose this application, because this will be against other groups' rights. For example, the Constitution is very clear. Exercising your constitutional right, you must not infringe on others' rights. So African beliefs, Christianity, Muslim, and others will be against this piece of legislation or what this professor wants to achieve. Thank you very much.
Edwin, stay on the line for me. I've got a couple of questions to ask you here because what you're raising is interesting. I mean, firstly, unfortunately, the professor has left us. He's no longer on the line. But there is a very strict definition of suffering. It is medical suffering. So it's terminal illness, or it's severe injury, for example, or it's palliative care that hasn't worked, right? End-of-life care that is not helping the person in any way. And I think that would be in regard to pain relief and that sort of thing. So you can't just go to the courts and say, well, I don't have a job, I'm suffering, so can I be medically assisted to die? I think the professor was very, very clear on that, on the bounds which apply in this particular case. But secondly, there are quite a few respondents in this case, interestingly enough. One of them is the Health Ministry. We're actually speaking to the Health Minister, Erin Motsoaledi, on this issue tomorrow morning at 20 to 10 because we wanted to give the Health Ministry right of reply on this. The NDPP is opposing it. The Justice Department is opposing it. And I imagine that some religious groups will also oppose it in court. So that is certainly within the realm of possibility, and they should do that if they want. But it doesn't mean that if the law is passed that you have to opt for it. Remember, you may get to the stage where you are experiencing your end-of-life journey and it is still not a permissible option for you because you hold religious beliefs that say to you this is not the right way to end your life. And so it would be your choice whether you do that or not if you belong to one of the religious groups that opposes it, right? But you understand that if we've got a secular constitution, and if a person who is not tied to any of those religious beliefs or feels for any reason that they're going to put those beliefs aside in order to facilitate the kind of death that they want, they can make use of it. That is what it will mean if it's approved in the courts. What do you think about that?
No, Joanne, I'm trying to force myself to agree with you, but I can't. When somebody is sick, we often say he's not in the right state of mind. For example,
they would have to be, remember, sorry to interrupt you there, but they would have to be. That is one of the requirements. They would have to be of sound mind to be able to decide that they want to engage in this.
Look, let's take, for example, of Comrade Terra Lokota's situation, whereby it is alleged that is it the second wife or the mistress, while Terra Lokota was terminally ill or was ill, let me not say terminally, she went and withdrew money from one of the bank accounts.
Yes, quite right.
And now the dispute now is when the money was withdrawn, the comrade was not in the right state of mind.
Yes,
so sick people are never in a right state of mind.
That's not
so
entirely true, though, Edwin. That's not entirely true. Mrs. Skoenighevel gave us an example of her son who was actually compos mentis. He was of sound mind and he made the decision that he did want to die by suicide. Mr. Lokota was not. Mr. Lokota was not. But there are cases, Edwin, there are cases where people are terribly ill, but they are still of sound mind. So they are ill in body-wise, physically ill, but they are mentally capacitated to be able to make a decision. And so it's not in every case. You can't generalize and say that in every single case people have lost their minds because they're physically ill. That's not true.
No, it's not about losing your mind. So I am saying it's not in a right state of mind to make such decisions.
Yes, and the example you give is quite right. Mr. Lokota would likely not have qualified for something like this because he was not able to speak, he was not able to communicate his wishes towards the end of his life, and other people on his behalf. So what the professor is saying is that you would have to be able to justify your decision and why you want to do it, and you would have to prove that you are of sound mind to make that decision in the first place.
The other contradiction, while I'm about to say my goodbyes, the third contradiction is that if I'm terminally ill and feel like I want to terminate myself, why must there be a third party in terms of a panel of experts?
No,
because it's between myself and my doctor. If I'm on a chronic medication and I decide no, but I can't take it anymore. Why must there be a third party to decide for me.
Well, apparently it is
truly
being
my
practiced
constitutional-
in certain ways where people withdraw medication or withdraw food, and that enables your death. So it has been done before, and it is possible to do that.
Okay.
All right.
No, no,
Thank you.
Thank you
so
very
much. Thank you so much, Edwin, for your call. Good
Bye.
talking to you. Let's take one more call. Shirley in PE wants to talk. I think it's Rebecca, actually. Autism and euthanasia. Good morning, Shirley.
Hi, good morning. I'm finally at the education department. We relocated from Cape Town to Rebecca. And I was actually on that Sunday to church when I heard that you guys just mentioned about autism. And I've got a child with autism, and it is so bad that it seems like everybody or the country is putting autism at the back burner. And we, with children with autism, we struggle with the government schools. You know, I am finally now here at the education department, so I truly hope to God that you will put this it's autism month, that you rather make it a conversation in the week, so that the autism mothers can give, you guys don't know how we struggle with the government schools. It is not suitable for our children with autism. And then you have to, if you want what's best for your child, you have to go put your child in a private autism school, which costs an arm and a leg. And it's not right. In my opinion on this issue, the current topic, I am a nurse working at oncology, that is a cancer unit at hospital. And I see people die every day. I see how people suffer. And I'm not talking about from a religious point. I just want to say, who are we to play God? And God is the creator. People are talking about God as the universe. He is the creator of the universe. He knows who will be born when, and He knows who will die when. So that is why our country is in the state that it is, what it currently is. Because people want to play with each other's lives. It is sad for us as nurses who are working in oncology, see how people die. But by the grace of God, to work in oncology, you have to be called. So when these people die, you as a nurse have the passion and the empathy and the sympathy to sit with the family. But just to take people's lives, or a person must give permission to take in his life, it is not right. We are not God. And I will say it again, I'm not talking from a point of religion. I am actually a child of God, but I'm also a human being in my own. We must stop. So we as a country or as a nation has forgotten there is a God, and He sees everything. And I will say it again, that is why our country is like that. There's too much rules, too much regulations, giving people free to do whatever they want to do, but we forgot that there's a God who sees us.
Shirley, thank you so much for your call. Shirley on the line to us there from Rebecca.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
19 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse, and we're taking you to the Eastern Cape next. The Eastern Cape Health Department rushing to court today to try to stop its health workers' strike at the Dora Ngiza Hospital. The Daily Maverick says patients have been left on floors without any care as the hospital workers went on strike over an influx of patients and a shortage of staff. Let's find out what's happening there. The National Education, Health and Allied Workers Union Eastern Cape Provincial Secretary Mlungiselele Ngakpai joins us on the line now. Mr. Ngakpai, good morning to you, and thank you so much for your time here on the Daily Discourse. Can you confirm that NEHAWU members are on an illegal strike this morning? Mr. Ngakpai, are you able to hear me? All right, we're going to try and get hold of Mr. Ngabai again. It looks as though there is a bit of a problem with that line. We will dial him back and we will have that conversation. I'd like to know, are any of you in that area? Are you at the Dora Giza Hospital, or have you, do you have relatives at the Dora Giza Hospital? How have you experienced what has happened there in the last few days? Because we know this has taken a few days for things to really heat up there to the point where we are now in this situation. Mr. Mlungiseleli Ngapai, are you on the line to us? Are you able to hear me, Mr. Ngapai?
Yes, I can hear you now, Joanne.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your time. So I was going to start by asking you, can you confirm that your Nehawu members are on an illegal strike this morning?
I wish first to greet the viewers at home. However, I want to deny the fact that Nehawu members are on strike. Yes, last week we heard that there's a group of workers actually coming from all labor unions that are recognized in the health department, and we intervened immediately on Thursday afternoon. And on Friday we had a meeting where all of us would agreed that workers by the evening on Friday, all of them must be back at work. So from where we're seated, today there's no workers. There are no workers embarking on an illegal strike action.
All right. So were they on strike over the weekend?
Not at all, not over the weekend. As I'm saying, from Friday evening, we had set a meeting with the department and had agreed that everybody must go back to work. But the predicament at the time was that our shop stewards, the majority of shop stewards from all the labor unions that are recognized, were all on precautionary suspension. That's one of the problems that we're having, because you have to direct shop stewards to go and meet with workers and ensure that they are back in their workstation.
Mr. Ngabai, I'm trying to understand what is going on there, because obviously I'm not in the Eastern Cape. Here I sit in Johannesburg. I'm dependent on reports coming out of that area. And I'm being told from various media that are covering the story that workers have downed tools, that they've been, the industrial action has affected patients in the hospital, that there were, for example, women who were waiting to give birth, who needed emergency cesarean sections. They were not able to have that other patients were being neglected. Some of them were lying on the floor. So you're saying that despite what people on the ground are saying, none of that is true?
From our understanding is that, yes, indeed, from the beginning of the week, there was that move from workers where they left now at their workstations in terms of the wards and meaning everything. But
so they did strike?
They did embark on an illegal strike, and it was not members of Nehawu per se, but it's a combined labor action. Hence, we had to come in and intervene as Nehawu. For example, there's a program that was been embarking on, which is the public service delivery campaign, which is a process already in place where we're engaging with the department. So we had to remind our members to get out of that strike, because there's a process that we are busy with in line with the remedial action now of the public procurement report, which has highlighted some of the things now that they are complaining about.
All right. So I want to get to those things in just a moment, but I'm glad we've established that these reports weren't false, and there was actually a strike on. I see the health department is applying the no work, no pay rule. It's also opened intimidation and harassment cases against some of your members. It's going to suspend a group of them, and if the strike action resumes at all, it will go back to court to get that urgent interdict to end it. So I mean, what is your response to the legal action or the disciplinary action that your members are facing now?
Yes, from where we're seated, we believe that the Department of Health created this situation, this mess that we find ourselves in. For example, as we've indicated, there's a public procurement report with clear remedial action. One of the things that is said by the remedial action is that there must be a proper categorization of Dora Giza Hospital. Because from where we're seated now, you can't determine if Dora Giza is a tertiary hospital, it's a district hospital, or it's a regional hospital, because it is having all those elements. That is why now we're also saying go back to that report, because it's also raising these things that all the clinics in Motherwell are a problem, and there's no referral system that is there in place. So create the hospital so that people don't come from directly from the community health clinic to Dorangiza or Livingston. There must be this hospital, which is the MP. But all those things have been ignored by the department, and now we're in this mess. And we want to invite the media to go on the ground, and we can go and show them where all these problems that were raised by the public protector and are not implemented by the department, so that we can see that workers are being plunged into a crisis whereby now they are overwhelmed due to a shortage of staff, due to the lack of resources that were supposed to be provided almost 6 months ago. But the department has decided not to do that, and now we're in this mess.
All right. Thank you for speaking to us. And very tough indeed for the workers at those hospitals where the patients from 6 clinics have been sent to Dora and Giza. We've given the Eastern Cape Department right of reply, the Health Department, but they'll be holding a media briefing on the matter this afternoon, and our reporter will be there to cover the story, so stay tuned for that coverage.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
A quick hit now with Mr. Tembisa Fakude, Director at Africa Asia Dialogues and Global Governance Analysts. We're talking about the issue of the week before the ceasefire expires. The United States and Iran running out of time to find a lasting solution, despite the fact that they were locked in talks over the weekend. Mr. Fakude, welcome to the program. You are Director at Africa Asia Dialogues and a Global Governance Analyst. I just want to ask you, was it naive for anyone to think a deal over such complex issues could be concluded in just one weekend?
It was indeed naive, and it was also, to an extent, misleading, not only by the parties involved, that it could solve a problem that led to a 40-day war in 21 hours. That's the first point. The second point is the last time Iran and the United States met face-to-face was over 40 years ago. So one would expect that at least not just a couple hours, but days of trying to warm up and dispel mistrust would have taken place before the actual negotiation takes place. This was one of those quick wins for Donald Trump, as he always does it. He wanted to come up with a deal quick, but at the same time, of course, coming up with already made decision on what he wanted during this negotiation. So it was not really a negotiation. It was just Donald Trump imposing his own will and understanding of what he wants in the Gulf, particularly in the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask you about that. How do you respond to this U.S. threat to create its own blockade in that strait?
Well, we don't know how it's going to be implemented. Everybody else is confused at the moment. We're waiting, hours are counting towards that deadline that Donald Trump has sent. But it's not just going to further complicate the situation. It's also likely to escalate tensions in the region. So we don't know how Donald Trump plans to do this blockade and allow other ships from the Gulf to go through this Strait of Hormuz, except for the Iranians. He has since fine-tuned his statement. Initially, it was very confusing because it suggested that he was going to be blockading all ships coming from the Strait of Hormuz. But now we know that is going to allow all ships coming through, except for the Iranian ships. Now, the question is whether China, for example, one of the big powers in that region who exports a large amount of energy from the Gulf, will allow to be controlled and check-pointed by Donald Trump in the United States. So we're all waiting, but Donald Trump has flip-flopped in the past in putting deadlines which were never realized.
One last quick question, sir. Former U.S. President Barack Obama obviously spent 2 years negotiating a deal for Iran to limit its nuclear ambitions with the promise that the U.S. would lift economic sanctions. Of course, President Trump took that off the table in 2018. Should anyone be giving thought to reviving that initial deal?
Well, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, which was negotiated by Barack Obama, plus P5+1, it was known as. It was a good negotiated settlement, but Donald Trump, as you correctly put it, threw it away. And the reason why it did so is not because it had flaws. It did so because he wanted to rubbish any accomplishment Barack Obama, whether it was the JCPOA, whether it was the deal with the Cubans, or what was known as Obamacare. So he just wanted to rubbish Obama's legacy and come up with his own legacy. And now we realize that we're back to square one. And if JCPOA was allowed to proceed and go through, which was the consensus not only in the United States but all the permanent 5 members of the United Nations Security Council, I think we'll be in a different situation at the moment. And we are having now talks from various quarters within the United States, academics, scientists alike, saying that JCPOA was the best negotiated settlement, and Donald Trump shouldn't have thrown it out and initiated his own discussion with the Iranians.
Thank you so much for your insights there. Tembisa Fakude, Director at Africa-Asia Dialogues and a Global Governance Analyst.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
Just after 11:31, let's catch up with Anne Musa, who has your latest news headlines. Hi, Anne.
Good morning, I'm Jolani Tulongwepe, making headlines. Suspended Organised Crime Unit member Sergeant Fanny Nkosi has told the Pretoria North Magistrates Court that he will plead not guilty to all charges against him. Nkosi was arrested on the 2nd of April after a raid at his house in Pretoria. He faces charges of theft, defeating the ends of justice, and unlawful possession of ammunition and explosives. The newly elected DA leader Jordan Hill-Lewis is kicking off a community engagement tour in Gauteng today. He'll be joined by senior party officials, including new DA federal chairperson Solim Simanga, Helen Ziller and Celia Sprinks. And finally, the African Unite Borders Bus Trucks Association has commended law enforcement authorities in the Free State for the recent interception of buses transporting undocumented foreign nationals. On Saturday, authorities intercepted the third bus since the beginning of April, carrying 55 passengers travelling from Zimbabwe to Cape Town. I will have details on these and other stories at 12 o'clock.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
11:32 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you very much for your messages that continue to come in, and keep those messages coming. Our WhatsApp line is very much in order and awaiting your messages, and we appreciate your voice notes as well. Anyone from that Eastern Cape area where the Dora Ngiza Hospital is situated, I'd like to know from you if you have had relatives or friends or whomever, colleagues at the Dora Ngiza Hospital. What has been your experience of what has happened over the last few days? We had the Nahawu Eastern Cape Provincial Secretary on the line to us. At first, he didn't tell us that the strike had actually gone ahead in the last few days. He did tell us that things have been set right now and that health workers are back at work there. But I think there are a couple of things that we need to think about there. So firstly, the health workers are in a very difficult position because 6 clinics in Motherwell have all but collapsed. And essentially all the patients from those 6 clinics have actually left that area, and they have come through to Dora Ngiza for treatment. So you can imagine this very likely runs into hundreds of people, right? So that's the one issue. The second issue is that there was a set of recommendations made by the public protector who looked into the issue and said, look, this is what needs to be done. And there was a list of recommendations that ought to have been carried out. And it seems that many of those, or at least a few of those, have actually not been done. They've not been carried out. And so what would happen if you were working at that hospital and the patients from 6 other hospitals converged on the hospital where you work? How would you manage that? What kind of hours would you have to work? How would you allocate staff? How would you manage with resources for the patients? It's just inconceivable that one hospital could be encouraged to take all those patients and not have any coping mechanisms for how to deal with them. But the other issue at hand is that these are healthcare workers, and so they have a very different kind of labor set of regulations around how their labor is governed, right? Because they work in health emergencies, they're not allowed to simply go on strike. And if things become so untenable that they feel that that may be their only option, they need to notify the health department and say, we've got to sit down with you because this situation has become unmanageable for us. We cannot manage it anymore, and we would like to take action. We're going to take action if you don't assist us in one way or another. So that is a big story there, and I hate to think of the conditions in which patients are having to operate right now. So many very sick people, so many mothers who are about to give birth, and those conditions just sound awful at the moment. So tell us, if you're in the Eastern Cape, what you are experiencing there. Right, I want to take you to our next story, and this is an important one, because it began a few weeks ago. You would have first encountered Sergeant Fani Nkosi on the witness stand at the Madlanga Commission. And of course, he was testifying there. And then a few days later, there was a raid on his house. And during that raid, a good deal of evidence was gathered. And as a result of that, he appeared in court last week. But he was not allowed to apply for bail last week, and consequently that bail hearing was actually postponed to this week. It took place this morning, and he has actually been in court this morning. And together with him in court was our reporter Sashin Naidu, who's been watching this issue very carefully. Good morning to you, Sashin, and thanks very much for offering to keep us updated on what is going on there. So has Sergeant Fani Nkosi's bail application begun? I understand it kicked off a short while ago.
We did see the case starting at around 11 o'clock today, where Nkosi's defense, Andries Nkomo, read out his affidavit for bail. So basically in that affidavit, Nkomo said on behalf of Nkosi that he is actually saying that, the charges against him have been fabricated and that he intends to plead not guilty to all the charges. He said that, the charges were basically meant to frustrate him and just keep him in hardship, due to what has come out at the Madlanga Commission. He did also state that, the police said that they found, several firearms under his bed and improperly stored and so on. And he said that this is incorrect and false. He did claim that, all of his firearms were safely secured in a safe that was mounted, on a wall at his home. He did also say that the ammunition that was found was not illegal ammunition, as that ammunition is actually owned by him. So he also went on to state that the state's submission of actually saying that a stun grenade was found at his home is in fact false, as there was no stun grenade in his possession at the time of the raid at his home. And also pertaining to the dockets that were found at his home, and Nkosi said that the dockets were in his possession prior to him being suspended, and as part of his suspension, he was not allowed to actually re-enter his offices, and that is why he could not return the dockets to the police station, and which is why it actually resulted in him keeping it in his possession. So basically, we will now wait for the state to come back and oppose this bail application, as they said that they only received this affidavit from the defense this morning. So we will see the case resuming just after 12, where the state is in fact expected to submit their, opposition to this bail application.
It's such a complex case, isn't it, Sashin? I mean, you alluded earlier to that raid on Sergeant Nkosi's house a few weeks ago and what was found. I understand, they're claiming that all the guns were put in a safe, but of course the state is saying that only certain guns were essentially hidden away and secured, that the rest were actually quite available. The defense has said the dockets found were not were actually copies of the original dockets, but the state is going on to say no, these were original dockets, and there were quite a number of them, and they are linked to very serious crimes. So this is not something that we can take on face value.
Yes, that is correct. So especially in regards to the dockets, what we heard from the South African Police Service is that all 6 of these dockets were actually in relation to quite serious and violent crimes, and that is those of cash in transit heist as well as hijacking. And what the police spokesperson at Lenda Mate told us, that 6 of these dockets were actually meant to have been archived already. So in relation to the dockets of the cash in transit heists and the hijacking, those cases were all gone as undetected, which means that, there was no evidence found in relation to these cases. There are no suspects, and there was no any leads or any clues to actually get them to closing these cases, which is why they have been registered as undetected. So that means these cases should have been archived, and they were not supposed to have been in Nkosi's possession in the first place. So they are saying that is why he has been charged with theft, because these dockets, were not really supposed to be in his possession.
Right. And just to be clear, none of this is linked to his testimony at the Madlanga Commission, is it?
Well, in regards to some of the charges, it isn't really linked directly to the Madlanga Commission. However, what Nkosi's defense team is actually stating that these charges are actually coming out due to his, so-called status at the Madlanga Commission, because we do know that he did take the stand for about 8 days, and they are saying that, this is just trumped up charges that have been fabricated just to, put his life in hardship and basically, derail his life at the stage.
Thank you so much for putting us in the picture. That's our reporter, Sashin Naidu. He's standing by in court there as the Gauteng Organised Crime Unit officer, Sergeant Fani Nkosi, is back in court this morning for his bail application. So part of the case has been presented, but that continues over the course of the afternoon. So stay tuned to SAfm for further updates as that case develops.
Attention all shoppers. Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
South Africa is listening. SAfm is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAfm will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle,
a space where generations come together in conversation that seek to spark curiosity, inspire innovation, and feed the curious mind. For arts, culture, and robust conversations, join me every weekday between 1 and 3 p.m. on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga as we explore the stories, lessons, and conversations that guide us back to self.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
11:43 here on the Daily Discourse. Lots of your messages coming in. One of you says on the issue of medical assistance in dying, right? That was a big issue that we tackled on the show earlier on. And one of you says the religious group will object to this sort of assistance. As usual, faith groups again stick to their scriptures without exercising empathy, and one would think faith should be full of empathy. What a bizarre situation. I personally have lost faith in people purporting to have faith in God. Their interest always seems to be selfish and never seems to be focused, more on their own salvation, says Naveen in Durban. I think if you disagree with him, all you need to do is give us a call on our studio line. And of course, I am taking your calls as well. I also want to quickly just see if it's possible to dip into the testimony being given right now in court in KZN. You might remember that the MK party member Duduzile Zuma Sambudla is being put on trial for her role, her alleged role, that is, in the unrest in 2021 that happened largely in KZN. And you remember that much of the violence that was incited happened on social media. It happened on WhatsApp, these messages that spread like wildfire. Emma Sadler, the digital expert, she's in court at the moment, hoping to bring you some of that audio, but she will be giving testimony in just a short while. I think they're really just establishing her credentials right now. So if anything more interesting than that happens and she starts to testify, we will certainly take you live there. I want to take some of your calls as well. Bonakele is on the line to us from Cape Town. Good morning to you, Bonakele. What's on your mind?
A very good morning, Joanne. How are you doing?
So well, thanks. Hope you are too. Tell us what's on your mind, Bonakele.
No, I'm fine. In fact, what is on my mind and something that I would like to comment about is the sentencing of Julius Malema this week. When was it the sentencing? Is it Wednesday or Thursday? But it's during the course of the week, of course.
Wednesday and Thursday.
Is it Wednesday or Thursday?
Wednesday.
It's Wednesday. So, because what I was talking about with someone as we were discussing about this sentencing and all that, but some people, there's one thing that they must tend to learn or understand with regard to whatever that Malema did. He's facing the consequences of what he did. And therefore, people must not call this as political or whatever, or Malema is being hated, so this and that. You understand what I'm trying to say? So as they always say, there's no one above the law. If you are on the other side of the law, then face the consequences. And the other thing that I was thinking about the sentencing of him, if he will be sentenced, of course he will be sentenced, irrespective if it's going to be a suspended sentence, so to speak. Obviously, he will be out of parliament. He will be kicked out. So he'll probably run his party not in the parliament, probably maybe for 5 years, I don't know. Is it something that is going to be similar to former President Tatu Jacob Zuma? Because for him not to go to parliament because he was sentenced.
Yes,
so
yes.
That's a similar situation, of course.
Good question. Yes, Bonakele, thank you so much for that call. We're waiting to see that. It's set down for 2 days, I understand, Wednesday and Thursday, so we're going to watch very carefully how all of that unfolds. And as you say, if there is some kind of sanction there, what consequence there will be for the EFF. I am not seeing a succession plan in that party, but perhaps there is, and we're not fully aware of it yet. Bonakele, thank you for that call. Faisal, is it, in King Williamstown? You want to comment on the DA Congress? Good morning.
Morning, Joseph. Morning, Joanne. Joanne, you know what? This DA Congress, somebody said it was a very good exemplary. It was not. It was staged. It was a stage Congress. We knew from the start, I knew from the start, Buzz Gordon, he's going to be the leader. DA is nothing but what they stand for, replace the National Party. That's why they promise people. That's why they promise the people that whatever the losses from National Party, the DA will bring it back. They will bring them. That is it. And people have been fooled. They say that DA Helensville, she's swimming on the potholes in Johannesburg. The DA ran Johannesburg from 2016. I was there. I saw myself. 2016, I remember, I was coming from abroad. 2021, I was in Joburg. I was shocked what I saw. Mayor was Herman Mashaba. So what is new?
Faisal, thank you so much for sharing those thoughts with us, Faisal. I'm sorry that I had to cut you off there, but I'm going to take one quick call before we go to our book reading. Kirk in Cape Town, your thoughts on the DA Congress, please.
Good morning, Joanne. Yes, the DA. I heard your conversation earlier on this morning about the lack of representation for women in DA structures. And it is, for me, it's not a concern because I liked the previous statement by the DA that they were looking for competence instead of above anything else. It's what I remember correctly from their initial statement a few years ago. So I'm happy that they are prepared to put competent people in. And the juxtaposition of that is the ANC, who, in spite of their advancement of women. Within that party, there's been no discernible improvement in governance within the ANC or within local and provincial and national government.
All right, thank you for that, Kirk. Remember, those things are not mutually exclusive here. You can have very, very competent women in these positions, but the will of the party, I think, has got to be there. So that is where we're going to leave it for today. Thank you so much for listening in to the Daily Discourse and participating. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Let's go to your book reading next.
The book reading. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised. SAfm presents another episode of the book Winning the Money Game, a guide to financial well-being by Mlamuli Mbambo, read by Samson Kumalo.
You are fortunate that we're having this conversation while you are still young and still in a position where it is easy to map out your life. Since you are unclear about your vision, I will give you some advice on what could assist you in finding your passion, which must be part of your vision. Our passions tend to be something we love doing and are naturally talented in. Time flies when we are busy with it, and we could do it for free. If you can think of something that is like this for you, then you need to learn how money works and link that passion with how it can make money for you. I believe you can love what you do and still make money or do something that brings in passive income and gives you the freedom to do what you love. Once you have discovered what your true passion is, it'll be time for a fun exercise that I used to do with the learners in my class. The power of this exercise is truly amazing. Some of my past learners say this is the exercise that changed their lives and is the reason they are who they are today. The exercise is relatively simple, but requires deep thinking to extract full benefit from it. It takes time. So I will tell you how it works, and you can do it when you go back home. It is called the life teleportation exercise. Teleportation is the imaginary transfer of matter or energy from one point to another without transversing the physical space between them. In this exercise, you must mentally teleport yourself 10 years into the future. In this future time, you meet a reporter for a specific magazine or newspaper. This reporter asks to interview you for an article about your life at that moment. The reporter asks for details such as the following: who are you? What is important to you? What makes you so driven? What do you do for a living? Who do you work with? How much money do you make? Who are your friends and what type of people are they? Who are your mentors? Now, think of yourself in that future time and write the article that the reporter would use for that magazine, including your answers. Write it in the present tense. Those are a lot of questions. I'm still too young to have such clarity. I understand that this is not an easy thing to do, but it forces you to create a vision for yourself. Once you complete this exercise and you have the article, travel back in time to the present. You can read the article and see where the gaps are, from where you are today to where you want to be in 10 years. This article will serve the same purpose as a lighthouse serves for a ship out at sea. It will guide you to your desired destination. Without a clear vision, the winds at sea will take you to wherever they blow, and for most people, this leads them to a life of unhappiness and mediocrity. After 2 years of working with Lamini, he showed me his live teleportation article. His article was going to be in Drum magazine and would say that he was a very successful businessman with many business interests. Dlamini actually achieved his article ambition before the 10-year time period. A few years later, Drum magazine covered a story on him about being one of the most successful black businessmen in Soweto. I also did my article after I saw Mr. Dlamini's article. I can honestly say my life today has surpassed the vision I wrote all those years ago. There is a magical feeling in seeing your thoughts and desires become a reality. Mukulu's face glowed as he said that. I'm eager to do this live teleportation exercise. I said with my right hand on my lap, clenching a fist I had somehow subconsciously made. Earlier, you spoke about putting my own twist on things. I will do this live teleportation exercise with a twist. I will do a video of myself in 10 years. I see the video being aired on CNBC Africa on the Captains of Industry show. I like the way you are modernizing it. It seems your generation lends more to video than good old writing. The principles are the same. So, when will I see this great video of your future? You have given me a lot of homework and a lot to think about for the video. I want to do it properly as it will be the lighthouse of my future, so I think I will need about 2 weeks. That is fine. It is better to do something properly rather than too quickly, but do not endeavor to make it perfect. The objective is what you want that article or video to say about you, not what you think I want to hear. This means there is no right or wrong answer. There is only your vision. Remember to also include how much money you will be earning and keeping in this future date. Mkulu stretched his arms. I think my old body is tired now and needs to rest. Besides, Gogo always wants me to watch a boring soap piece with her. I'm off to do my duty as a good husband, he said with an amusing giggle. I laughed and pointed out to him that I thought he also enjoyed those soapies. Well, to be honest, they do grow on you. If you have to do something, you might as well try to enjoy it. I also find that it makes Gogo very happy when I can recall and make comments about some of the characters. You are still young and single, so you only do what you like to do. When you are married, if there is something very important to your partner which is not that cumbersome to you, it is both wise and fulfilling to do it for your partner. I can't wait for you to have a girlfriend and have to accompany her to the mall to do some shopping. I laughed because I had already been through that ordeal. The ultimate victory is happiness. Don't set sail using someone else's star. African proverb. As I woke up that morning, I heard the smooth sounds of old school jazz. I enjoyed jazz and knew that many big songs were sampled from old school jazz beats. I walked into the lounge. Good morning, Mzugulu. Do you hear real music? I really do not understand the music of today. A part of me thought of saying, I also do not understand the music of this time, but I would be lying. There was something soulful and timeless about jazz and old school love songs. Do you want something to eat, Mukulu? I ate a long time ago. I wake up early. I've tried the whole sleeping in thing, but alas, I just cannot do it. Okay, let me go make a sandwich and we'll come back to enjoy the sounds with you in a bit. As I sat down and started eating my toast and sandwich, Mukulu decreased the music and started talking. I think we have spoken enough about the concepts and tools regarding the money game. Something that is also very important is happiness. I believe happiness is the real goal of wealth, because without happiness, life is empty and meaningless.
That was another episode of Winning the Money Game, a guide to financial well-being, written by Mlamuli Mbambo, read by Samson Khumalo. The book is available online on www.sabooksonline.co.za. It's broadcast on SAfm at 7:45 Monday to Thursdays on The Talking Point. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patala, read by Samson Khumalo, technical production Wiseman Manqele, Nanda Khoza, and Tato Mapuruma.
Just after 12 o'clock on Monday, the 13th of April 2026. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SAfm. Leading conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
I think from the beginning of the Matlaga Commission, we've said that if there are to be allegations made around judges, that they should be made quickly and that they should be made with evidence.
The Judicial Service Commission's April 2026 leg of interviews kicks off this week, and the suspended SAPS official Sergeant Fani Nkosi says that the charges brought against him are weak. And of course, coming up in sport, John Hirik is here.
Great weekend for Sundowns, good weekend for Kaizer Chiefs, and I'll also bring you some cycling and tennis news.
That's John with those details. Second half of the show. Please share your views with us on 41391. That's the SMS line number. Charge at R1.50 per SMS. You can also get in touch via X at SABC News_radio, or you can send us a WhatsApp voice note on 082-692-3909. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Monday edition of Update at Noon. First, though, here's your latest news with Jwalane Tulo Ngwepe.
Thank you, Sakina. Top stories this hour. The PKTT takes over the murder case of the Emfuleni Municipality acting accountant, and Fani Nkosi will plead not guilty to all charges against him. Good day. Gauteng police have confirmed that the Political Killings Task Team has taken over the murder case of an acting accountant at the Emfuleni local municipality in the Vaal. 39-year-old Martha Rantsofu was shot dead by an unknown gunman at a tyre shop in Vanderbijl Park last month. The video of her murder, which was captured on CCTV footage, has since gone viral on social media. Gauteng police spokesperson Dimakazo Nebuulwi says the motive for the murder is being investigated.
The police are investigating a case of murder after a 40-year-old woman was gunned down in Vanderbijl Park on the 30th of March 2026. According to information received, the woman was at a local tire shop waiting for her tire puncture to be fixed when an unknown man suddenly emerged from nowhere and fired several shots at her before fleeing the scene. The victim, identified as an employee of Emfuleni local municipality, was declared dead on the scene. The motive of the shooting is subject to police investigations.
Suspended Organised Crime Unit member Sergeant Fani Nkosi has told the Pretoria North Magistrates Court that he will plead not guilty to all charges against him. Nkosi was arrested on the 2nd of April after a raid at his house in Pretoria. He faces charges of theft, defeating the ends of justice, and unlawful possession of ammunition and explosives. Nkosi testified at the Madlanga Commission for 8 days about his links to alleged criminal members Vusumuzi Kat Matlala and Katiso K.T. Molefe. In his affidavit, Nkosi has denied that he had stolen the dockets which were found in his possession. Advocate Sazi Lali read Nkosi's affidavit.
I wish not to go into detail in regard to these dockets, as this matter involves a matter of police intelligence. Besides, to state that I am a police officer and I work with dockets. At the time when I was suspended, these dockets were in my possession, and as such I did not steal them, or I was not defeating the ends of justice. I wish to state that the state and or prosecution has no case against me or is weak or non-existent, and this is the plot to victimize me.
Angry residents have picketed outside the Bishop Levy's Masjid's court near Alces River on the Cape Flats, calling for bail to be denied for the two suspects arrested for the attempted murder of a 5-year-old girl in Valhalla Park. She was shot in the head outside her home last week during an apparent crossfire between rival gangs. She is receiving treatment in hospital. The protesters say they feel unsafe. This is what some of them had to say.
We are here because we want justice for little Yasima, the 5-year-old girl who was shot in the head and is fighting for her life. We as community, we don't feel safe. People are saying that it was crossfire and stuff, but it wasn't any crossfire. Only people from one side was shooting, and we're glad for the police for catching the perpetrators. That's why we at court today, because we don't want them to get bail.
As a child has been shot in our streets, she just went to the shop, go buy coffee and sugar for her mother. And when the gang started to shooting off, and she was in the road, and they shoot her in the head.
The newly elected DA leader Jordan Hill-Lewis is kicking off a community engagement tour in Gauteng today. He'll be joined by senior party officials, including new DA federal chairperson Solim Simanga, Helen Ziller and Silius Brink. This follows the party's federal congress held at the Gallagher Convention Centre in Johannesburg over the weekend. The tour is expected to focus on jobs, service delivery and community safety. DA federal chairperson Solim Simanga.
We will be in Atteridgeville and engaging with residents, engaging with our own structures there. We will also be going to